On record in State versus Davis, C-377-407. Anything we need to address before bringing in the jury? State?
Not from the state.
No.
That's okay, perfect. I think he's lining up the jury, so we'll bring them in as soon as they're ready.
Salt.
party stipulate to the presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Always good to see you. We are still in the state's case in chief. See, who is your next witness going to be?
Your Honor, it's going to be Malcolm Greenidge. I believe he's just cleared.
Okay. We'll bring Mr. Greenidge in as soon as he makes up the elevator.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name Malcolm, MALCOLM, GREENIDGE. It's my last name.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Greenidge. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Greenidge.
Good morning.
Sir, is it fair to say that you were initially resistant to attending court?
That is fair.
And in fact, we had to get a compelling order to get you to come here.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And so you're here because a court in California ordered you to come here.
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about somebody by the name of Tupac Shakur. Did you know Mr. Shakur?
I did.
How did you know him?
He was a childhood friend, a family member, big brother, mentor. The list goes on and on.
Is it also fair to say that you guys work professionally together?
Yeah.
Can you tell us about that?
I had a dream to be a rapper. Mr. Shakur saw something in me, and he agreed to, help me make that dream come true. So I was in a group called Outlaws.
And is it fair to say that the Outlaws produced a number of CDs with Mr. Shakur and outside of Mr. Shakur as well?
We did release an album with Mr. Shakur.
I'm going to direct your attention to the weekend of September 1996, specifically September 7th of 1996. Did you come out here to Las Vegas?
Yes, we did.
Why?
It was a Mike Tyson fight out here that we were supposed to attend, and then there was a party performance afterwards.
What vehicle did you come here in?
We came here in the Lexus. It was Kadada Jones's car.
And who was Kadada Jones to Tupac Shakur at that time?
Tupac's fiance at the time.
Did Tupac drive in with you, or did he drive separately?
He did. He drove with us.
In the same vehicle?
Yes.
Where were you staying?
Where did we stay?
Yeah.
In Las Vegas?
Yeah.
We stayed at the Luxor.
And did any other members of your rap group, the Outlaws, come as well?
Absolutely, yes.
Who came?
Two more of my childhood friends, Raphael Fuller and Katari Cox.
Did you end up going to the fight?
No.
Why?
Well, during that day, Tupac was gambling, enjoying Vegas. He made some money when we got back to the hotel. He said, we're going to go change. I'm going to call y'all when I'm ready. And we're going to go to the fight. And we never got that phone call.
So you ended up staying at the Luxor?
No.
What did you end up doing?
We ended up trying to meet up with Mr. Shakur. We knew where the fight was at, obviously. So when we didn't get the phone call, we just left to go get with him.
Now, there's a video, which I'm sure you're familiar with, of the incident between Mr. Shakur and other members of his group that were at the fight and somebody by the name of Orlando Anderson. Were you there during any of that?
No.
Did you at some point leave the MGM and go back to the Luxor?
Yes, I would. We never really made it into the MGM. As we were approaching the MGM, Tupac and Suge was coming out.
So, and then what did you leave with Tupac and Suge and everybody that was leaving the MGM?
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned a concert or performance that was supposed to happen later that night. Was that at Club 662?
Yes.
At some point, do you leave to go to Club 662?
We do.
What vehicle did you go to Club 662 in?
The same car I drove to Vegas in.
And that was that Lexus?
Correct.
Was Tupac in the car with you then?
No.
What car was Tupac in?
Tupac was riding in the car with Suge Knight.
And who was Suge Knight to you? How did you know who Suge was?
He was the CEO of the label that Tupac Shakur was signed to.
And was that Death Row Records?
Correct.
Was there? Were you aware of there being more than two cars? Were there a number of cars headed towards Club 662?
There was a caravan of cars. How many? I don't know.
And position-wise, where were you relative to Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight's car?
Right behind him.
Now, I'm going to take you to the shooting. While you're stopped at the lights on Flamingo and Koval, does something happen?
Yes.
Do you notice a vehicle pull up next to Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight's vehicle?
But yeah.
Can you tell us what you see?
We were at a light. Mr. Shakur and Suge Knight was talking to some young ladies. We couldn't hear what they was talking about. When those young ladies pulled off, another car pulled up and started shooting at Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight.
And do you recall what kind of car that was?
It was a light-colored white Cadillac.
And do you recall, was it a two-door or four-door?
It was a four-door.
And when you saw the shooting, did somebody get out of the car and start shooting, or were they shooting from inside the vehicle?
The shots came from inside the vehicle.
And was it from the front or back seat?
It was from the back seat.
And did you see the arm or the gun or anything like that?
The arm and the gun attached to that arm.
And were you able to make an assessment of whether the person whose arm was out was white, Asian, Hispanic, or African American? In
From
terms
my vantage point, they appeared to be African American.
What's your reaction when you see the shots?
I'm horrified.
And I'm sorry, I don't think I asked this question. Who was in the Lexus with you at that point?
Security, Frank Alexander, Yafel Fula, and Katari Cox.
So two of the fellow members of the Outlaws, and then a security guard named Frank Alexander. What do you guys do in the immediate aftermath of the shooting?
We started to get out of the car to go check on Tupac. And yeah, that's what we did.
Do all of you make it to Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight's car?
No.
Does anybody make it to Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight's car? What happens?
Suge pulled off, made a U-turn.
Or do you guys follow them, or do you drive off someplace else?
No, we followed.
And that's why you guys have to make a U-turn to follow them? Does Mr. Knight's car stop ultimately at an intersection?
It does.
What happened? Are you following him to that intersection?
We were.
What happens when you stop at that intersection?
We get out of the car to go check on Tupac.
And are you able to make it to Tupac's vehicle?
No.
Why not?
When we approached the car, Mr. Shakur said to me, get on the ground, they're gonna shoot you. And when I turned around, there was a shotgun in my face.
And who was holding the shotgun?
Police officer.
So what do you do?
I got on the ground.
Were you able to observe any of the injuries to Mr. Shakur at that time?
I could not see the injuries to Mr. Shakur.
Were you able to see any of the injuries to Mr. Knight?
His head appeared to be bleeding.
And how is it that you were able to see Mr. Knight's injuries?
Because he was out of the car asking for help for Tupac.
So then you're at basically the wrong end of a shotgun from a police officer and on the ground. How long are you in that situation for?
It seemed like forever.
Are you able to observe the events that are going around you?
I can hear.
And what do you see? Does medical ultimately arrive to help Mr. Shakur, Mr.
They
Knight?
do.
And are they transported away from the scene?
Correct.
And then at some point, are you asked by police officers to give a statement?
I am.
And do you give a statement?
I do.
And do you, it's fair to say, or is it fair to say, that you weren't able to see the faces of the people in the Cadillac?
That's correct.
And so you couldn't identify who was there, who was in the car.
Silhouettes.
I'm gonna, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm gonna show you what's been previously admitted as grand jury exhibit number 150. Do you recognize any of the folks in this picture?
I recognize two of them.
Okay, and there's a mouse there right next to you. Don't click on it, but if you can drag it to the people you recognize and tell us who they are.
That's me. That's Katari Cox.
And Katari Cox was one of the other artists who was part of your group.
Correct.
One thing that that's come up, you've obviously, in the 30 years of losing your friend and family member, Mr. Shakur, I'm sure you've been exposed to a lot of the rumors or innuendo associated with his passing. Is that fair to say?
I've heard it all.
Okay. One of the things is that Mr. Shakur was upset with the situation at death row. Have you heard that? And was Mr. Shakur somebody that you had spent a lot of time with professionally and personally?
Correct.
Was he somebody that would tell you what his plans were and whether or not he was upset with his current situation?
We shared a lot.
Did he share with you what his plans were, professional plans were, proceeding from the release of the Machiavelli album?
He wanted to get his label started, Machiavelli Records. He wanted to put out the Outlaws album that we was working on. It was supposed to be distributed by Death Row Records, and he was in talks with Quincy Jones to do some business with Quincy.
So Mr. Shakur's plan was to imprint his own record company, but have it distributed by Death Row Records.
That's what he told us.
Seal passes.
Cross-examination, Mr. Sept.
Mr. Greenwich, thank you for being here today. Just with regards to the last thing the state had asked you, the work that Mr. Shakur was going to do with Quincy Jones, that involve Death Row Records?
No.
So it was work that he was going to do on his own, like maybe movies and a few other things with Quincy Jones?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay, and that's only just for the record. Now, in terms of the Death Row label, do you know whatever happened with that label? The business itself?
I think it's still going to this day.
And in terms of the label, do you know who's currently on it?
Do I know who's currently on it?
Yes, sir.
I do.
Yeah, at the time of when Tupac was killed, who was on the label at that particular point?
It was a lot of artists.
Well, give us the ones that you.
Snoop Dogg, The Dog Pound, Lady of Rage, Tupac, MC Hammer.
So, for instance, with Snoop Dogg, did he at some point, is he still currently on the label as far as you know?
Is he currently on the label?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure what label Snoop Dogg is on.
Okay. And I'm sure MC Hammer hasn't made any albums lately, right?
That I cannot say yes or no to it either. I don't pay that much attention.
Now, so your testimony here today is that you drove into town with Tupac, Tupac's fiance, and somebody else in a Lexus. Is that a yes?
That's correct.
And that would have been, what day was that exactly? The day of the fight, the day before?
That was the day of the fight.
So, so you arrived into Las Vegas with the morning of Saturday? The fight's on Saturday?
It was late afternoon.
Okay. And the intention was that you all, including Mr. Shakur, would be staying at the Luxor.
That's correct.
Now, you're not at the fight, and at some point, you're notified by somebody that you're going to get picked up by people to leave the Luxor. Is that how it worked?
No.
Okay, can you please explain that for me again, please?
We just left the hotel once we knew Mr. Shakur had left.
I see. And so you left the hotel, meaning you left in the Lexus.
No.
Well,
We
how
left
did
on
you-
foot.
You left on foot. Now, when you left on foot from the Luxor, was that after the fight?
I don't know if the fight was over or not. We don't know if the fight is over or not. We're just on our way
And
to
where?
meet with Mr. Shakur
Okay. And where did you go to meet with Mr. Shakur?
at the MGM where the fight was.
Okay. And did you arrive at the MGM at some point?
Yes, we did.
Did you meet up with Mr. Shakur at the MGM?
Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight were coming out as we were going in.
Okay. And when you say coming out, we're talking about coming out of the property itself.
Correct.
So, and when that happened, what did you do next?
We turned around and started going back the other way, back to the Luxor.
All right. So you all returned back to the Luxor.
Correct.
And was there a plan at that particular point to do anything?
Get dressed.
And what was the purpose of getting dressed?
Mr. Shakur had a performance to do that night.
I see. And you know where the performance was?
It was at Club 662.
Okay. And do you know where the location of Club 62 is?
I do not.
So everyone got dressed in their separate rooms. Yes?
Correct.
And then you came back down and you were picked up by somebody, or did you just drive your own vehicle?
We were in a Lexus that was belonging to Kadada Jones. Tupac Shakur and Suge was in Suge's car.
All right. And you said there was a caravan of vehicles. I think the question was asked, do you know how many vehicles was in that caravan that came through the Luxor?
I do not.
All right. But in terms of where you were in relation to Suge's vehicle, how many vehicles back were you from Suge's vehicle?
We were directly behind him.
I see. And then when you leave the Luxor, where did you go next?
We went to go head to Club 662. That was what I was told where we were going.
Okay. But did you eventually end up over at Suge's residence? Suge's
Yeah.
residence? Okay. So even though you said, okay, we're going to go to Club 662, ultimately, you actually went to Suge's residence first.
Correct.
All right. And you know what the reason was for that?
No.
I'm sorry. But, and fair to say, since you've been to his residence, it's a gated community.
I don't remember how we got in. I don't remember if it was gated or not.
And but you were there at Suge's residence, and at some point the caravan leaves Suge's residence and then starts heading towards 662.
Correct.
All right. Now, on the moment of the shooting, your testimony is you saw what you believe to be was it a white Cadillac?
Correct.
Now, do you recall giving a statement to police officers that same morning or so that you thought it was either going to be a white or cream colored Cadillac? You didn't know for sure?
I don't remember what my statement was 30 years ago.
So would a review of your statement help refresh your recollection as to what you told the detective that night?
If you have that available.
No, just one moment.
Of course.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
May I have leave to wander the courtroom freely?
Sure.
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to show you this statement here. Just read it to yourself, just in that page right there. I'm just telling you when you're done. Does that help your refresh your recollections, what you told police officers that night?
Yeah, it's similar to what I just said earlier.
And that is, you said it was a light colored, when the question was asked, what color was it? White, I would say light. I'm not even gonna say white. I'm gonna say a light colored Cadillac.
Correct.
But once again, it's something that obviously in that sort of scenario would come off as either white or light colored, right?
It's at night.
In addition to that, when you observed the driving conduct of Suge in the BMW, he made a U-turn and went back onto Las Vegas Boulevard.
I don't know where he was going. That's where he ended up.
Okay. And so at some point you all stop because he stops.
Right.
And you get out of your vehicle to render aid to Tupac.
No, it wasn't to render aid. It was to see how he was doing.
Okay. And so when you approach Tupac, at that particular point, he warns you and says, and I'm sorry, I just want to make sure we're down. Get on the ground. They're going to shoot you. Is that a yes?
Correct.
And that would have been because right behind you were police officers with a shotgun.
Correct.
Now, you're kept at the scene for some time, and you see a picture of you sitting on the ground, right?
Correct.
Do you know how many other of the caravan vehicles were present at the time that you had stopped at the final location where Tupac was at?
I do not.
Was it the same amount as what you had in the beginning when everyone was going to Shook's residence?
I could not tell you.
I have no further questions, John.
Okay, and then
Thank you.
redirect Mr. Below.
Nothing for the sake of it.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are there any questions for this witness? Please raise your hand if you have any. All right, seeing none, thank you so much. Oh, we do have one, sorry. Jumped the gun on that. Here's the party's approach. All right, Mr. Greenwich, I have a question from one of our jurors for you. Were shots ever fired from your crew toward the attackers?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Any follow-up based on that state?
Anything to say?
Defense?
Your Honor, just for clarification, sir, when we say crew, I'm going to ask you just in general, any of the vehicles in the caravan, do you know if any of those vehicles shot at the vehicle that was the light colored or white?
I do not know.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, now you're free to go. Thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Greenwich. All right. State, who's your next witness?
Jeff Scott.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Jeffrey Scott, JEFFREYSCOTT.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. DiGiacomo, whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a senior crime scene analyst with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
What does that mean you do for a living?
I respond to crime scenes and I document them using notes and photography, recover and impound evidence, and write reports based on the notes and the photographs.
I direct your attention to July 17th of 2023. Did you respond to an address at 2204 Maple Shade Street in Henderson, Nevada?
Yes, I did.
What was the purpose of you responding there?
I was responding there to document a search warrant,
What shift were you working?
swing shift.
And so, were you the only CSA that worked that scene that night?
I was the only one there when I arrived, but then I was relieved later on by members of the grave shift.
And you've since looked at, have you since looked at all the photographs that were taken that night?
Yes, I have.
And some of them are yours and some of them are theirs, correct?
Yes.
We're gonna approach.
You can also wander the courtroom freely, Mr. Goodjeffman.
Thank you. First set I'm going to show you is state's proposed 193 through 107. Just flip through those and see if you can determine are any of those your photographs, or at least do they fairly accurately depict the location of the search.
Mr. Goodjeffman, can you clarify for us which numbers you're introducing? You had said 193 to 107.
I'm having them just look at 193 to 107.
So 107 to 193.
No, oh, sorry, 93 to 107.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't realize
That
that.
clerk was very confused.
Most of these are clearly not mine, not the photographs that I took, but a couple of them might be hard to tell.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Is that what the front of the residence looked like?
Yes,
And so it accurately reflects what the front of the residence looks like.
yes.
Move to admit 93, Judge.
Any objection, Mr. Sept?
No, yeah.
That'll be admitted.
And then the only really other question that I have for you as that relates to 95, do you know if that's yours or the CSA that followed after you?
That's hard to tell.
Okay.
I probably took a similar photograph.
And same as 94.
That one I'm pretty sure is not mine.
So I'm just going to move to admit 93 and 95. Well, 93 is in. Move 95 in.
Any objection, 95?
No, Your Honor, and just for the record, I won't object to the admission of the photographs that were taken at the scene by either fencing analyst, just to move the process along.
So then the others will be admitted via stipulation. So that would be 94 and then 96 through 107.
Correct.
Those will be admitted via stipulation.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Now within that garage, showing you 155, there was a Dodge Caravan, Dodge Charger,
Challenger.
Challenger.
Yes.
And does that accurately reflect that Dodge Challenger?
Yes.
Showing you 156, does that accurately reflect an item of evidence that you collected out of that?
Yes, it does.
And then 157 through 159. Take a look at those. Is that the 3 sheets of paper that you collected out of that
Yes, they are.
vehicle? Okay. I'll move to admit, I know he doesn't object, but 155 through 159.
Any objection to those?
No objection.
Okay, those will be admitted.
I'm going to go through the photographs with someone else, but you did collect a single piece of evidence before you were relieved. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as state's proposed exhibit number 138. Take a look at that.
Yes, this is the package in which I impounded those pieces of paper.
And then we've had some discussions of packaging, so I'm not going to go through all that, but that's your seal on the back.
Yes, it is.
And with the exception of the slice that the defense, the clerk and I put in this in substantially the same or similar condition as when you impounded it.
There's an additional date, and I think, yeah, it looks like somebody maybe cut the top and then resealed.
And if I were to tell you that was on 4/23/26, does that look accurate to you?
Yes,
If you open this, you'd expect to find those 3 pieces of paper you photographed, right?
I would.
Showing you what's been marked as 138A. Are those 3 pieces of paper?
Yes.
Move to admit 138 and 138A.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Thank you. For the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to show just those last set of pictures of the Dodge Charger in the garage. So let's start with 155. You tell me what we're looking at here.
That's a photograph from the right rear section of the Dodge Challenger.
Challenger. Sorry, I keep calling it a Charger. Dodge Challenger, and that's parked in the garage area of the residence on Maple Shade.
Yes, it is.
56. That's the location of those 3 pieces of paper you collected.
Yes.
And then 157. And I'll zoom in here. Is that the front page?
Yes, it is.
Without going too much into it, this appears to be a description of an episodic series.
Yes.
158. Oops. Well, generally speaking, page 2 is a ledger that has costs and those type of things.
Yes. Page 2 and 3 were looks like a budget for the series.
And that's going to lead me just to 159. Appears the total budget was slightly under $1 million.
That's correct.
Thank you, Judge. I have no more questions. I pass the witness.
All right, cross-examination by you, Mr. Sept.
Thank you. Sir, just real quick, for the order, what's episodic? What does that mean?
Episodic?
Yeah.
To me, it means occurring occasionally or regularly.
And that's what you saw in that first piece of paper, right?
Yes.
And your testimony here today really is that you located that piece of paper and you captured it as part of your experience and training as a crime scene analyst.
The detectives executing the search warrant located it and then had me come photograph it, and then I impounded it.
Okay, and just for the jury so they understand what your role is typically in a search warrant is that you're summoned to the scene to conduct an investigation or at least a search of an area based upon what the detective or primary officer tells you is the intent of the search, but you also do your own search as well. Fair?
It depends on the type of call, how much direction that I'll be given, or I'll be doing it myself.
And with regard to this particular situation and this specific search, you were apprised prior to the search warrant being executed that this was going to happen on this particular day.
Yes.
And so the meeting that typically takes place where you arrive on a scene where a crime had just been committed, where everyone sort of gathers around, they have a conversation of what they're trying to look for. That meeting took place before the knock on the door and the execution of the search warrant.
Yes.
Now, in this regard, you understand what you were going to do was walk in to look for certain things of evidentiary value, right?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what things you were looking for of evidentiary value?
I didn't have a list of items that we were looking for. I just knew that I was there to document whatever was recovered.
And the document that we just saw here, that was something that you did not locate one of the detectives did in this case.
That's correct.
Now, do you recall who the primary detective was that was responsible for that search warrant?
Detective Mogg.
Cliff Mark.
Yes. Yes.
Were there any other detectives on scene besides Cliff Mark?
There were several, but I don't remember their names.
Right. Now, with regards to what you do as a crime scene analyst, fair to say that you are operating under a search warrant.
Yes.
And a search warrant is a document that allows for law enforcement to go into someone's residence to look around.
That's correct.
And in this particular regard, though, as a crime scene analyst, you're not the one who actually applies for a search warrant, right?
I did not know.
That would be something that would go through, in this case, the primary detective for this particular search.
Yes.
That would have been Detective Bond.
Yes.
Now, in regards to what you were doing in this case, you searched what parts of the house, if you can recall?
I photographed the entire house. I did not search. Again, I was there to document what the detectives found in their search.
Okay, and in your training and experience, do you have a now, sir, your work on this case, when you say you photographed the house, that was prior to the search of each particular room and area, right?
It was after the officers had cleared it, and then I came in and I took all my photographs. And then the detectives executed the search warrant and they searched, and then I did follow-up photograph based on what they found.
You did follow photographs.
Yes.
No, and once again, for the jury, since we weren't there, the photographs you take at the beginning is each room as you find it.
Yes.
And then the photographs that are taken after the search is each room as you find it as well.
I didn't photograph the entire house again. I photographed the items that the detectives located, wanted me to photograph, and then some items I impounded and some items I did not.
Gotcha. And in terms of your photography, was there another crime scene analyst that arrived on scene that took additional pictures outside of the ones that you did?
Yes.
You know who that was?
There were three members from Graveyard. It was King, Fellabom, and she was thin at the time, but she's West now.
Okay. And those are the crime scene analysts that would have taken pictures of how each room looked like after the search.
I'm not sure what they did.
Did you take any photographs of any bins of photographs found at the scene?
I don't recall taking photographs of the contents of bins.
Let me just show you here. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Your Honor, just for the record, it's already been admitted as evidence, and this is State's Exhibit number, State's Exhibit number 100. I could just publish that for the jury.
You may.
I'm sorry, we're going to start with 99 first. So this is State's Exhibit number 99. Do you recall taking this particular photograph?
No, I did not.
Okay, that would have been another crime scene analyst.
Probably.
All right. And then I'm not going to show you the next one. I'm assuming it's the same thing. Outside of the photographs that we mentioned here, what else did you do in the course and scope of your duties as a crime scene analyst on this particular night?
That was it. I photographed the scene. I took notes, I recovered the one item, which was the 3 pieces of paper, and that was it.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions of the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Any redirect, Mr. Giacomo?
Not from the state.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Okay. All right, Mr. Scott, question from one of our jurors. What piece of evidence were you expecting to find in a location that was different from 30 years ago? Why would you expect it to be intact 30 years later?
Could you repeat that?
I can. What piece of evidence were you expecting to find in a location that was different from 30 years ago? Why would you expect it to be intact 30 years later?
Not sure I fully understand the question. I wasn't expecting to find anything. I was just there to respond and document and photograph what the detectives were interested in.
Okay.
And I don't really understand the second part of the question.
Mr. DeJacque, any follow-up?
No.
Mr. Sampson, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Scott. You are free to go. State who's your next witness.
Stevie Fellabong. Stevie. Stevie.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name is Stevie, Steavie. Last name is Fellabom, Felabom.
Ma'am, how are you employed?
As a senior crime scene analyst for Hillview MPD.
We just heard from Judge Scott. Do you have similar qualifications and backgrounds as Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
Were you the relief crime scene analyst that responded to 2204 Maple Shade Street in Henderson?
Yes, sir.
And did you document with your own photographs, but also reviewed all of the photographs taken at that crime scene prior to your testimony here today?
Yes.
I'm going to go through some of those photographs here and start with 93. What are we looking at? Oop. You, Jessica. So, not that you'll need it for this one, but that mouse up there can allow you to point. It just don't click it, okay? What is this?
That's going to be the exterior of the residence.
I guess we should go, I'll do 95 first. 95. What does this appear to be?
The northeast master bedroom.
Now, or is it shot from the opposite direction?
Yes.
Sitting on top of that case over here, there appears to be a container for a bottle of Dom Perignon.
Yes.
96. What are we looking at?
That's going to be the dresser on the opposite side of the same bedroom.
And at the bottom here,
There were several books pulled out when I arrived.
one of them is Compton Street Legend. One of them is Murder Rap. The last one is the confused mind of a drug dealer.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
In addition, 097, was there a Vibe magazine?
Yes.
Did you wind up collecting the Compton Street Legend and the Vibe magazine?
Yes, sir.
Now in the garage, 098, there were 2 bins.
Yes.
And when those bins were opened, 100, oh, I bet you this is 99 first. Try 99. Looked like a number of personal effects that were kept in those.
Yes, sir.
And number 100. Bottom one also had a bunch of personal effects.
Yes.
Do you know what happened to those 2 containers at the scene?
The detectives recovered them.
So detectives took those 2 bins and left the scene.
Correct.
This is exhibit number 101. What are we looking at here?
That was a jacket in one of the closets.
And on the left, well, I guess we'll zoom in just a little bit. Okay. On the left side, it looks like it says Reg 64 trays, and on the right side, it says Keffe D.
Yes.
And then if we skip to 103, the back of it is South Side City of Compton.
Yes.
After you collect an item, do you photograph it either at the scene or back at the lab?
Yes.
Showing you 104. What are you looking at?
That's the photograph that I took of the Compton Street Legend book once I had recovered it and taken it back to the lab.
And then 105.
It's the back of the same book.
106.
That's the copy of the Vibe magazine after I recovered it and taken it back to the lab.
And 107.
It's the date and barcode on the cover.
So it looks like the November 96 edition of the Vibe magazine.
Correct.
Oh, ma'am. Previously opened off keys, but let me show you. State proposed exhibit number 148. Is that your evidence package from that night?
Yes.
And among what else you recovered, would you expect to find both the book and the Vibe magazine inside there had it still been sealed?
Yes.
So let me start first with the Vibe magazine. This is State's proposed exhibit number 140. And which is, you recognize the bag on the outside?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's the identifying information that we put on interior packages to include the event number, my P number and initials, the date that it was recovered, and the item number.
And then I'm going to show you now 140A. What is that?
That looks like the Vibe magazine that I recovered.
So that's the actual Vibe magazine that you end up recovering out of that house.
If it came from that package, yes.
Move to admit 140A.
Any objection?
No.
So admitted.
I'm going to show you the outside of this. This is, 139. You recognize that?
Yes, same identifying information, listing it as my item number 2.
If you pull that item out, what would you expect to find?
The Compton Street Legend book.
Showing it to you, 139A, does that appear to be the book?
Yes.
And I want to show you, you took pictures of the front and the back.
Correct.
The back has no picture on it, right?
No photograph now.
Okay, it just has some words.
Yes.
And then if you flip through this entire book, there's no interior pictures in this book. Does that seem accurate?
Yes, sir.
Because I moved in 148, correct?
Objection?
Oh, I think I did move
They
in.
already moved in. Okay, thank you.
I think the rest of this, we've agreed we're not going to move in. So
Understood.
I would pass it.
You may cross.
Thank you.
I have no objection to all of them. Yeah, I don't even.
Ms. Billabong,
Yes, sir.
how long have you been a crime scene analyst?
About 9 years.
And during that time period, these kinds of searches would be standard operating procedure for you.
Consistent with the detectives, yes.
Yeah. And once again, with regard to your training experience, when you are conducting this kind of investigation, you're looking for things of evidentiary value, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the evidentiary value part, though, is dependent upon what you learn at the scene from the primary officer or the detective that's conducting the search. And so whatever you're doing is within the parameters that they're asking for.
Yes.
Now, in this case, we've seen some pictures of some books and a jacket. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived on scene, you were on scene for the later half or the latter half of the search.
Yes.
You weren't there for the beginning part of the search.
No, sir.
So the photographs you took are photographs that were of the areas and the rooms in the house after the search had been conducted. Fair to say, of course, is that each room was in disarray.
The search had already been started, yes, sir.
Yeah, and you don't know what they look like prior to you arriving on scene, but definitely after, there's things strewn around.
Yes, sir.
In your 9 years of experience as a crime scene analyst, when officers are conducted in a search, they typically will be as thorough as they can be to look through everything in an area.
Yes.
Do they ever return those things back to how they found it before they entered into the room or the house?
I would say it depends on the level to which they've moved everything. If the entire closet's been empty, they don't typically put everything back.
They do not typically put everything down.
Not typically, no, sir.
Okay, so you don't have any photographs that you took after everything was over where the room was put back into place, how these police officers found it?
I have photos immediately before we left the residence after they'd finished searching, but not with everything placed as officers found it.
I see. And so what you were documenting basically was, for lack of a better word, the thoroughness of each police officer's search of each room.
The state that we left it in when we were clearing, yes.
Okay. Now, some of the things that we were shown in this case, did you ever at any point find electronics or were asked to take pictures of electronics at the residence?
I believe the only electronic item I photoed was a laptop in the shed. All of the others were photoed by CSA Scott.
But as far as you know and what you recall, there were electronics found at the house, like say, I don't know, iPads and laptops, that kind of thing.
Laptops, definitely. I'm not sure what other types.
But you're not the crime scene analyst that would have captured that and put that into evidence?
I didn't recover the laptop itself, no, sir.
Okay. And as far as you know, do you know how many electronics were in the house when you were there?
I don't.
Do you know whose responsibility that would have been?
Whoever was in charge of the search warrant, they had it listed on the return.
And just for the jury's edification, a return is a document that's left at the house or the area to notify the owner that certain items were taken as a result of the search.
Yes, sir.
So it's almost like a receipt.
Yes.
And your job really stops with regards to the actual search itself. You don't do anything further when you go back to your office with Metro or anything like that.
Aside from impounding whatever I was covering, no, sir.
Okay. And just for our edification, when something's impounded, the concern, of course, is to maintain what's called chain of custody, right? Meaning that if you find something on scene, you want to make sure that that piece of evidence is exactly how it was as you found it at the scene and not molested or changed or anything like that. Correct. So sometimes, like in other investigations, you might have gloves on to protect you from transferring DNA or fingerprints onto the actual item of interest.
I'm usually always wearing gloves, but yes, different DNA considerations.
And
Depending
so
on
when you're telling us that you went back to make sure that certain items were impounded, items that you had taken and put it into an evidence baggie,
yes,
you took that to the evidence vault.
I would have sealed it, and then we have a temporary hold that's locked. So I would have sealed it with all the identifying information, and then placed it in that hold, and an evidence technician would have continued the chain of custody.
And in terms of sealing it, you have a certain tape, color of tape that you would put on the opening of the packaging to indicate that it's been sealed by you.
Yes, sir. Ours is red, and then I sign that with my initials and the date that I'm sealing it.
Let's see. And then do you put your initials on the actual tape itself or somewhere on the tape side of the?
Across the tape and the package, so if it's moved, it's evident.
Okay. And now at some point in the future, if someone comes on, they can go into that evidence vault and remove your package out, right?
If they check it out, yes, sir.
And if they were to open it, they would have to open it from some other side of the packaging.
Typically, yes.
And then when they seal it to return it back to the evidence vault, they would actually put a different type of tape on it to indicate it came from somewhere else.
I've seen red and blue used, so depending on the circumstance, yes.
Now, the bins of photographs that we see in the pictures, and I think this is State's Exhibit number 199.
Sorry.
Showing you what's been marked in already as State's Exhibit number 100. This is one of the photographs you took.
Yes,
Did you rifle through or look through those photographs to see what was in them?
I did not know.
That would have been somebody else's responsibility.
Yes, sir.
You're just there to take a picture of what was in it.
Yes, sir.
Now, showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number 99. Is this the other bin that was in the garage that you took a picture of?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, these are bins that you are directed to by detectives to take pictures of.
Yes.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number 98. Do you see over here on the top right, these are the two bins over here that we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Do you see this bin over here?
Yes.
Did you ever take a picture of what was inside that bin?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so the what we have in terms of evidence in this case would have been the State's Exhibit number 99 and 100, but not Exhibit number 98.
I'm sorry, what's your question, sir?
Meaning that we have the open bins for, this would be 99 and 100, but not for this particular bin over here.
As far as items recovered, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, I'm showing you, if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as proposed defense exhibits F through W, UU. If you could just look through those photographs real quick. You just kind of remember.
There's also, I told Mr. Kemp I'd stipulate the initial F through G.
Okay. Do you want to just have them admitted then at this time?
You might want to still review them.
Okay.
I believe these are a mixture of both mine and CSA Scott's photos
Okay,
from inside the residence, but they're consistent
all right.
with the residence.
And just with regards to the record, this has been admitted by stipulation between the state and the defense, and that would be Defense Exhibit F through Defense Exhibit UU.
They will now be admitted.
It will now be admitted?
Yeah.
Thank you, Honor. All right, and just for our edification, Sean, you just for a couple photographs here, this would be Defense Exhibit G. Sure you can see what we're talking about. This would have been a photograph taken after the search of the house.
I believe so, yes.
Defense Exhibit I, as in Isaac, is that another photograph taken after the search of the house?
That appears so, yes.
This is Defense Exhibit J, another photograph taken.
Yes.
Along with that, this is Defense Exhibit K, another photograph.
Yes, sir.
Defense Exhibit L,
Yes.
Defense Exhibit M.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anything further by the state?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands, Ms. Bellabum, you're free to go. Thank you so much for being with us today. State, who's your next witness?
Justine Gaddis.
All right. Before this witness testifies, you may hear testimony regarding drug trafficking, conspiracy, a prior federal conviction, and gang affiliation. None of this is offered to show propensity to commit a crime, and you may not consider it for that purpose or any other purpose. It is only offered to establish credibility of statements made by defendant and motive and identity. All right, come on up.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Justine, Justine, Gaddis, Gatus.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Duffin.
Ma'am, how are you employed?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long you been with Metro?
Coming up on 20 years. I've been in homicide for over 8.
And can you describe how homicide is set up at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
So we have 4 teams that work active calls. Each team has 6 detectives, and each of those 6, basically, we kind of rotate all throughout the entire day of detectives for who gets the next call in the order as it just kind of comes down the line.
Back in 2023, were you assigned to a particular squad?
Yes, I was.
And who was your sergeant?
Back then, I was Igor DeCaro.
Is he still your sergeant today?
Yes, he is.
And on your squad, was there a person by the name of Mob?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, did you become aware that he was investigating the Tupac Shakur homicide?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to direct your attention to July of 2023. Were you present during the execution of the search warrant at the residence?
Yes, I was.
And while you were present for that search warrant, were there 2 bins located? I'm going to put up State Exhibit 98. Were there 2 bins located?
Yes, sir.
What happened to those 2 bins?
Those bins were collected and transported to Metro headquarters and ultimately impounded. Or, I'm sorry, the bins themselves were ultimately released back.
At Metro headquarters, those bins were searched,
Yes,
certain items were removed,
yes,
and then those bins were returned.
correct.
And then who impounded the items that were taken out of that bin?
Detective Mogg.
When did Detective Mogg officially retire from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
I want to say it was August. I know it was August of 23, but I think maybe August 12th of 2023.
And sometime after August 12th of 23 and September of 23, did you become aware that this case was indicted by the Clark County Grand Jury?
Yes, sir.
Were you and Sergeant DeCaro assigned a role to assist now investigator Mogg if he needed a peace officer?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to go through just some of those things. But on April 23rd of 2026, did you go to the evidence hall?
Yes, I did.
Who was with you at the evidence hall?
You and Mr. Banu, Igor DeCaro, Mike Sanf, his investigator, Aaron Stanton, and I'm sorry, I don't know your name, his female assistant partner.
Megan?
Yes.
Was Cliff Mogg there too?
Yes, he was.
And what was the purpose of us all going down to the vault?
To review the evidence that has been impounded for this case.
And were you the peace officer, you and Mr. DeCaro, the peace officers, or Sergeant DeCaro, sorry, the peace officers that were present for purposes of touching the evidence, opening the evidence, reviewing the evidence with the defense and the state?
Yep, and then I resealed the evidence. That's correct.
Show you what the marked as state's proposed exhibit number 132. Is that the original impound from Detective Mogg that we wound up opening and going through everything in?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go through all these. This one I'm going to do last because there's a lot. Showing you state's proposed exhibit number 135. Was that an item that was in this impound package?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit 135.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
Showing you what's been marked as state's proposed exhibit 136. Is that an item that was in there?
Yes, sir.
Now, state's proposed 134 is a package. It's a proposed package. Just want you to look through there. We're 134A, B, C, and D, all within that package.
Yes, sir.
Move to admit, I guess I should do 134 and A through D so we have the package to keep them in.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
That'll be 134A, B, C, and D.
And one of those items, 134D, is a magazine about Biggie Smalls.
Correct.
There were some miscellaneous items collected, but I think we are all putting in 133, but I don't have a cover for 133. Madam Clerk, is there a cover for 133, or do we just have them separate? Oh, the back, perfect. Something to keep it in. $133, I think, is technically the bag, but there's a Lakers ticket that's marked.
Yes.
That was in there.
Yes, sir.
133A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, and L were all within this package.
Yes, sir.
Move to admit 133 and 133A through L.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
And then lastly, was there this
Photo book, yeah.
photo book 137?
Yes.
And then were there a number of items that were inside this photo book?
Yes, sir.
And the clerk and the defense and I have had these marked as 137A through think the last one is you. If you want to briefly flip through those. Is 136 a minute? I believe I offered it.
Yes, it's not. It is not.
I think your analysis was in there.
Yes, sir.
Move to omit 136.
Any objection?
Okay.
So admitted.
All of those were within this call it scrapbook, for lack of a better term.
Yes, sir.
So I want to go through some of these items, and if you put it on the overhead. Oh, that's bad. All right. This item 136. Yes, Mike. Well, actually, I think I should put them here because otherwise they're just going to slide. 136 is actually what appears to be, well, it says an affidavit in the search warrant.
Correct.
From the Compton PD.
Yes, sir.
And it appears that it's dated May 27th of 1997.
Correct.
It appears that it's at 1524 South California Ave in Compton.
Yes, sir.
And on the back, there is a handwritten return.
Yes, sir.
One of the items that was recovered, it says number 4, money due bill for the Monte Carlo Casino.
Yes, sir.
Let's go through the items that were in the scrapbook, and then I just messed up their entire order, so I guess it doesn't matter which order. Let's just show some of the newspaper articles. So State's Exhibit number 137H.
I'm sorry. You said 137?
137H. Did we?
I don't have that listed as just.
Can I offer everything 137 and 137A through you?
You listed it, but you didn't
Yes.
ask for it to be admitted.
It'll be admitted at this time.
Thank you.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, perfect. By stipulation.
This appears to be an article about Mr. Shakur's death.
Yes, sir.
One 137G. Another one about the death of Mr. Shakur, and this one's actually dated September 19th of 96.
Yes, sir.
One 137U. Is another article that was found in there talking about Mr. Knight being kept in jail.
Yes, sir.
One 137 appears to be in a newspaper article about a bad rap for new artists.
That's correct.
One 137B an article about Mr. Shakur being in a fight with the MGM.
Yes, sir.
137C. An article about a death row exec didn't leave, and this is from September 14th of 1996.
Yes, sir.
This one. This is 137D. I don't want to peel it back, but I guess we can peel that back. It appears to be the community mourns, and there's a picture of his death is going to send a strong message to the rap community. It looks like an art industry.
Yes, sir.
And if we, I don't know if I can zoom this in. It appears to be discussing the death of Tupac Shakur.
Correct.
E. Star rapper Tupac Shakur badly wounded is a newspaper article.
That's correct.
And are you aware that Tupac Shakur died on September 13th?
Yes, sir.
So this appears to be prior to September 13th.
Yes, sir.
(137F). Let me back out just a little bit. There's an article about police raids targeting or sparked by Tupac Shakur's death.
Yes.
And this one actually has a handwritten date that says 9/3 of 96.
10/3 of 96.
Oh, sorry, 10/3 of 96.
Yes, sir.
(137I). Well, you can probably read it down. This one is rappers and Muslims gather for peace, and it's this dated September 23rd of 1996.
That's correct.
(137J). There's been an article titled "Night" related to Suge Knight.
Yes, sir.
Hold on to see the whole thing. 137K. It's an article entitled 22 Held in Shootings Possible Shakur Payback.
Yes, sir.
As well as another piece of article, Complex Life Comes to an End.
That's correct.
And it looks like it discusses the death of Mr. Shakur on the back.
Yes, sir.
137L. This appears to be an article about the death of Biggie Smalls.
Yes, sir.
On 37A, or sorry, 37M. This one says, man who fought with Shakur on videotape is released.
Correct.
If we zoom in, it discusses the arrest of Orlando Anderson for a different crime, as well as discussion of retaliation in the neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
137N. There's an article about gangster rap performer Notorious B.I.G. being slain.
Yes, sir.
One 137O. An article about gang ties suspected in villains.
Yes, sir.
137P. An article from September 16th, 1996, obviously related to Tupac.
Yes, sir.
One 137Q. This is about a rap lawyer's contending detective lie.
Yes, sir.
And it starts off with, they seek dismissal of judge's ruling in probation case saying Las Vegas investigator committed perjury about Marion Suge Knight's alleged role in the assault before Tupac Shakur slaying.
Yes, sir.
On 37R. This appears to be sort of a combination of both Biggie and Tupac's murder, but bullet-riddled rap is how it's titled.
That's correct.
And then it says, is the rivalry escalating despite so-called truce?
That's correct.
Just a couple more, detective. 137S. An article entitled Living Dangerously.
Yes, sir.
And it appears, if you look really close at the bottom, this is from People magazine in September 23rd of 1996.
That's correct.
One 137T, the last on this one. An article entitled on March 10th of 1997. No easy answers for violence and gangster rap.
That's correct.
Now, in addition to being the, let's call you impounding officer at the vault on April 23rd, did there come a point in time when you went as a law enforcement officer to California to interview certain individuals?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall the individuals you interviewed?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell me who they were?
We spoke with Yosef Yaw, Rashina Smith, Corey Edwards, Roger Williams. I believe there was one more. I can't remember.
Mob James?
Yes,
James McDonald?
yes, James McDonald. That's who it was.
In addition to that, did you become aware that in this proceeding, well, let me ask you this, as a homicide detective, do you know what a compelling order is?
Yes, I did.
What's compelling order?
It's basically an order issued by, well, in this example, it's issued by the state of California, compelling witnesses who live there to appear in front of the court.
We have to ask our court to issue some documentation, and then we have to ask their court for a compelling order.
Correct.
Judge, I'd ask you to take judicial notice that you've issued compelling orders for Trayvon Lane, Roger Williams, James McDonald, Corey Edwards, and Virgie Brooks.
Let me make sure I have all those actually. All right.
There might be a sixth one, actually. Oh, Malcolm Greenwich would be the sixth one.
All right. Corey Edwards, I'll take judicial notice of that one. Roger Williams, I'll take judicial notice of that one. James McDonald. James McDonald. I'll take judicial notice of that one. And then there's another block of them a little later.
Correct. I think Virgie Brooks and Trayvon Lane came a little later.
Trayvon Brooks. I'll take judicial notice of that.
Virgie Brooks.
Sorry, Trayvon Lane. I'll take
Okay, Trayvon
judicial
Lane.
notice of that. And all right, Virgie Brooks.
And then recently Malcolm Greenwich.
Recently, Malcolm Greenwich. Michael Payne.
What?
Michael Payne.
Malcolm Payne was a transporter.
Okay. Malcolm Greenwich. All right. I'll take judicial notice of that.
Of all six.
Yes. So,
Did you become aware that certain of those six individuals weren't cooperating, even though they had been served papers by California?
Yes, sir.
And so did you coordinate with anyone to assist California authorities in locating these individuals?
I did.
Oh, and let me back up. There was also someone in New York that there's a compelling order for, correct?
I'm not sure if the order was served or issued, but yes, I know the individual in New York.
Did you locate someone by the name of Anthony Gomez in New York?
Yes, sir.
he is currently on probation.
Correct.
And there's an effort to locate what jurisdiction he was in order to get a compelling.
Yes, sir.
What did you do with the people who weren't cooperative despite the California authorities ordering them to come to Nevada?
We went up on their phones, which means we received orders to where we can ping their phone location to try to identify where they were specifically at.
And for those people, well, how many pens do you think you did?
I think about 5.
And do you remember which 5 you had to do pens on?
Corey Edwards, Fergie Brooks, Roger Williams,
Is there Mountain Greenies on
yes, Malcolm was, yes. And I can't remember the last one. I know we've already spoke about him though.
Well, no. How about Devontae Lee? Did you have to do one?
Yes,
Now, Devontae Lee was local, so we didn't need a compelling for
correct.
Last Friday, did you coordinate with our local authorities as well as authorities in California in order to effectuate an arrest warrant in California for anyone?
Yes,
And who did you try to effectuate an arrest warrant on?
Corey Edwards.
And was he located at his residence?
No.
Was there any other person associated with Corey that was missing from his residence?
Yes, there was.
And who is that?
His mother.
And is your understanding that she is 95 years old and invalid?
She's in poor health. Yes.
On Monday, was there an effort at another location in Compton to effectuate an arrest warrant for Mr. Edwards?
Yes, there was.
And was that successful?
No, sir.
Thank you, Detective. I pass the witness.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Sept.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing, Detective Gaddis?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right, thank you. Thank you for appearing here today.
Yes, sir.
Now, your testimony is based on your work with Clifford Mogg from 2023 on.
Well, I've worked with retired Detective Mogg since 2018.
Okay, so in 2018 to 2023, what did you do in furtherance of this case?
I personally did not do a extensive amount of anything. This primarily was being investigated by Detective Mogg.
Right, and so from 2018 to 2023, you didn't do anything of real note. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as a detective at Metro, obviously you have to qualify to become a detective in the homicide division of Metro.
We have a testing process.
And it's one of those things where just because I asked to be on the homicide team doesn't mean I'm going to get on the homicide team unless I demonstrate qualifications to get there.
More or less, yes.
Now, in terms of your training experience, though, fair to say it starts in the police academy as you're really as a cadet before you become a full-fledged officer.
It's a police recruit, but yes.
Okay. And while you're in the academy, you learn skills that would help you become a successful police officer in our community. One of those things that you learn, of course, is how to write reports.
Yes, sir.
Officers' reports are a crucial tool that you would use in furtherance of your job as a police officer in Las Vegas.
Yes, sir.
With regards to police officers' reports, sometimes you don't have to write a report. I would assume, like, for instance, if you pull someone for a traffic ticket and on the citation, you could write some notes or something along those lines. That wouldn't require you to do a police report
That's correct.
or officer's report.
Yes.
All right, but in terms of when you're conducting an investigation, fair to say that typically a officer's report would be written.
Typically, yes.
Yes. Now, can you explain to the jury why an officer's report would be important in the furtherance of an investigation?
The officer's report primarily is for our own reflection to recall really all the steps that we took throughout the entirety of an investigation. So it's a document that we can refer back to without going to each and every document specifically.
Now, fair to say though that the officer's report also helps in the event that, say for instance, you get promoted to become a sergeant and someone else takes over your caseload because you're no longer the detective, right?
Yes, sir.
They look at that officer's report to help them get up to speed as to what your investigation was at the time you get promoted to become sergeant. Or lieutenant.
Yeah.
Or captain.
I'll never see that, but yes.
I'm just hopeful.
Yeah.
But with regards to your officer's report, for instance, when you are about ready to move on in the next phase of your career, for instance, those officer reports typically are prepared and completed upon your departure to whatever it is you're going to do next.
Most of the time, they try to get those done. Sometimes they're not.
Sure. Now, in terms of sometimes or not, can you tell us when is there an exception to the rule of when you do your officer's report after, say, for instance, when you retire?
I haven't retired yet. I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry.
But fair to say, of course, if that in the event of an actual complete departure from the department, meaning you move on in your life doing something else, that those officers' reports should be completed prior to departing the department.
I know the department would like them completed, but again, sometimes they're just not.
Yeah.
I've seen many cases where there's still open officers' reports with people who are no longer on.
Sure. And so with regard to those open officers' reports, fair enough, you know, they get created at some point in the future. How about like 1 year after they retire?
I don't know. Are you asking like would they or could they?
Well, have you ever seen an officer's report being filed a year after an officer retires from the department?
Authored by the original investigator? No. A lot of times, like there'll be either one of the guys from Cold Case that will kind of pick up a case
Right.
and finish that up, and so then that will be completed after the originating officer retired.
Okay, well, what about 2 years after the main officer or detective in this case retires? Have you seen anyone actually, you know, finish up his officer's report 2 years after he retires?
And submit it still as an officer? No.
3 years?
No.
And it's fair to say that there's common sense reasons for that, right? You want to make sure that your report is accurate, right?
Yes.
Because accuracy is important in what you do as a police officer.
Correct.
You want to make sure that your report is written in such a way, like you said before, someone could take that report and continue on with the investigation, who is still a detective.
Yes.
Okay. And also that report, in essence, becomes sort of a documentation of all the effort that that detective puts into the file, right?
Generally most of it, yes. It might not have everything in it, but there's the vast majority typically goes in the officer's report.
Sure. Now, in this particular case, as you sit here right now, you work for the Metropolitan Police Department.
Yes, I did.
You work for the District Attorney's Office?
No, I didn't.
And the reason why you don't work for them is because they're two separate agencies, right?
They are.
They have two different purposes, correct?
Correct.
Your job as a police officer with Metro is to investigate and determine facts, fair?
Yes.
Now, at some point in the future, the District Attorney's Office, their job is to determine if they want to prosecute a case and actually litigate it like in front of this jury, right?
Yes. Yes.
That's not your role. Your role is just to find the facts
And present it to them,
and
yes.
present it to the District Attorney's Office.
Yes.
Okay. Now, they do have investigators that work for them,
Yes, sir.
right? But fair to say, those investigators are not doing what you're doing, right? Which is looking for facts.
Well, I object to looking for facts. And one calls for speculation.
What's your response?
I'm just asking for her experience as a detective as to how investigators get into the overall picture of what we're talking about here. I don't believe it's speculation.
Can you rephrase it? Because I
Sure.
forgot the original question.
So with regards to your role and the experience you've had as a police officer, have you ever seen a Clark County District Attorney investigator be the primary person to put on an investigation?
Like as the lead investigator, no.
Yes, that's correct. So no, the answer is no.
Correct. Not in my experience.
And not in your experience. Now, in terms of what you're doing here, your testimony here was specifically about the search warrant and what happened when you located, whatever it is you located during the course of the search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
So in the search warrant itself, did you apply for that search warrant?
No, I did not.
Now, typically, as a detective, when you're applying for a search warrant, you fill out an affidavit,
Yes, sir.
and at the end, you sign it, attesting it to be true and correct to the best of your ability.
Yes, sir.
And you detail in that search or that application for a search warrant, the location and what you intend on finding as a result of going into somebody's house.
Yes.
Okay. That would be the purview of whoever the lead detective is at that particular time.
Yeah, or who was just writing the search warrant. There's a lot of times people write search warrants and they're not lead detectives, but yes, I agree with what you're saying for the most part.
And in this case, Detective Mob was the responsible detective to petition for that search warrant.
Yes, he was.
And he was the one who signed that affidavit.
Yes, he was.
Now, you were on scene as a detective to help him with that, with the execution of the search warrant.
Correct.
And it isn't just you and Detective Mob, there's other people from Metro that's present as well,
Yes, sir.
other detectives as well,
Yes, sir.
as well as the crime scene analysts that we have on scene.
Yes,
And they're all looking for information.
correct.
Now, the information that you're looking for is based upon my client's residence, right, Mr. Davis' residence.
For that search warrant, yes.
And you are looking for evidence that would take you back 30 years to whether or not that person was involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Yes.
Okay. So the information that we've received here today is the fruits of your labor from that search warrant.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, there were numerous different electronic devices that were taken from the scene.
Yes.
Now, are you aware that one of the intents or one of the focuses of the search was to look for evidence or facts specifically about the writing of a book?
Yes.
Okay, meaning the book that you had shown to the jury, that particular book, there was a search or at least an intent to look for evidence that would help support whether Mr. Davis had a manuscript.
I don't think I reviewed a book up here when I was being shown the evidence. I know the book that you're referring to.
Right, and I'm just showing you, once again, I just, if I could have I have it. Showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 104, this document or this book right here.
Yes.
Okay, so this book was the one of the focuses of the search.
Yes.
And in the application for the search warrant, fair to say that as a detective, you would read the parameters in which Mr. or Detective Mogg at the time had requested in terms of the purpose of the search.
He would have documented that in there, yes.
Yeah, and for instance, would a review of the application and affidavit of search warrant help refresh the recollection as to what Detective Mogg had requested from a court to allow him to search for?
I actually have not read the full document before.
Oh.
I can review it if you'd like. But yeah, I up to this point have not read the full document.
Okay. So you're saying though that the person that could best tell this jury what he applied for would be Detective Mogg?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, in addition to that, looking at the State's Exhibit number 104, the name that's on top over here, did this name have any significance to you in participating in the search warrant in this case?
Yes.
What significance does this name have to you?
We knew that was Duane Davis's nickname or street name.
Is that correctly spelled?
I don't know.
Yeah, and then with regards to this person right here, do you know who this person was?
Yes, I do know.
Who is that person?
Yosef Yal.
Now, with regards to Yosef Yal, can you tell the jury a little bit about who he is?
He was the to my understanding, he's the co-author of the book.
Okay. Now, you had a chance at some point to speak with Mr. Yal.
Yes, sir.
And just for my recollection, do you recall when you spoke to him?
It was on about Memorial Day of this year.
So 2026?
Yes, sir.
Memorial Day. Do you recall when the grand jury occurred with regards to this case?
In 2023.
All right. And so explain a little bit to the jury what a grand jury is.
It's a jury that have been assimilated here at the Clark County Regional Justice Center. They hear cases that may determine if there is sufficient cause to issue an indictment on the accused.
And typically that would be something, if you were the primary detective, you would have been involved in this particular one of people.
That's correct.
Okay. That would be something that Detective Mob would be responsible for.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, with regards to Yusuf, we had read off a bunch of names the state had, and I want to make sure I'm clear here. Was his name read off as one of the names that they had issued some type of warrant or something for in this case?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, so you interviewed Yusuf about May of this year. He's on the book cover, but you don't ask the court for a warrant for his arrest in California,
No, I did not.
or some type of notice in California, hey, you need to show up to court.
No, we did not.
And did you ever at any point go down after your meeting with Yusuf to knock on his door again and say, hey, Yusuf, can you please come to Nevada based upon our interview or discussion?
No, I did not.
Now, in addition to that, when you went down to speak to Yusuf, at that particular time, you're with Clifford Mogg, right?
That's correct.
Now, at that particular point, Clifford Mogg is not a detective at Metro.
Correct.
He had been retired at that point how many years?
2.5, maybe?
Okay. And so you accompanied him down to California to do that interview with Yusuf.
With several people, yes.
Okay. But you're going down as a police officer with the Metropolitan Police Department at that particular point,
Yes,
but not Clifford Mogg. He's not a police officer at that point.
correct. He was not.
He is an investigator with the Clark County District Attorney's Office.
Yes, sir.
Now, based upon that particular interview, did you conduct that interview?
No, primarily Detective Mogg did, or Investigator Mogg did.
Sure. And after that interview, did you draft an officer's report documenting what you learned in the course of that interview?
No, I didn't.
That would be something that Detective Mogg or Mr. Mogg would have done?
Sometimes we don't write an officer's report just for like an interview synopsis. We'll typically get those transcribed.
Okay. Now, in this case, for instance, the officer's report are pretty important, right?
Yes,
And we talked a little bit about going to the evidence locker, and we were all present at the evidence locker, right?
yes, sir.
It's my assistant, the guilty looking one over there with the glasses, myself, and my investigator as well as Mr. DiGiacomo, Mr. Renew, Clifford Mogg, and yourself.
And my sergeant, Igor DeCaro.
Now, after that particular incident, you wrote an officer's report, right?
That one I did, yes.
Right. Once again, it's important to document what happens on a given event.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in this particular regard, did you at any point of your participation in this case, in that submission of that report, ever view a officer's report from Clifford Mogg?
No, I have not reviewed an officer's report from him.
Are you aware that Clifford Mogg began his responsibilities as the main detective on this case in either 2017 or 18?
To my understanding, yes, that's correct.
And he had been the investigator from that time period, and we'll just give him benefit of that, 2018, all the way up to 2023 when he retired.
Correct.
But as of right now, as you sit here, you've never read an officer's report from Detective Mogg in between that time period.
Pertaining to this investigation, no.
No. Now, in addition to that, there was some discussion about people. Was there ever a compelling order or a warrant issued for Suge Knight in this case?
Not to my knowledge, or if there was, I didn't have a role in that.
Right, and fair to say you know exactly where Suge Knight is today.
Yes,
He's actually in custody.
correct.
Okay. Did you ever at any point issue a compelling order or a warrant for Foxy Brown?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know who she is?
I don't.
Okay. That would have been something that maybe Mr. Mogg would know of.
Yes,
How about for an individual named Big Meech from Detroit?
I don't know who that is.
Once again,
I have not issued a Yes,
So
and the
that-
same answer that Detective Mob would be, he would have more knowledge on that.
Now, the articles that we took a look at here that the jury was introduced to, do you know any reason, besides the fact that they were taken from my client's house, do you know who put those articles together?
I do not.
Do you know the purpose of those articles?
I do not.
Okay. Now, fair to say, in the course and scope of your investigation as a detective now, one of the things that you would look for if you were looking at a suspect would be through their phone.
And in today's age, yes.
Yeah. And one of the things you look for either on their phone or on their computers would be maybe search history.
Yes.
And what you're looking for is if a person is Googling an address and Googling up a shooting that took place on the corner of Charleston and, I don't know, Wallaby, and they're doing it over and over again, that would let some issue as to why you're looking up the details of a shooting that, say, nobody knows, right?
Yes.
And that would help you determine whether that person has knowledge of a shooting that pretty much nobody else would know.
I can't say nobody else would know, but they would show that they do have knowledge of the incident occurring.
Right. Now, in terms of those articles, though, can you say that that's what that was for?
I cannot.
Now, in addition to that, in your experience, we had spoken a little bit about this folder here. I'm going to show you again for the jury. This is State's Exhibit 37. Oh, I'm sorry. 137. Do you remember this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I just want to make sure I'm not colorblind, but is this blue?
No, sir.
Yeah. There looks like there might be like a candy cane on top of it,
That's correct.
and something else that's there. It looks like a little snowman or something like that. Do you know what the purpose of this folder was?
And no, other than it being just like a scrapbook type,
But nothing else besides that?
I don't know any other relevance to that.
Okay, and just for the record, it's got green in here as well. It looks like a pretty festive notebook or
Yes.
folder.
Yes.
Now, in your one of the things that you had shared with us as well is the search warrant in this case that was found on scene. This would have been this would be State's Exhibit 136. You recall looking at this particular document here?
Yes, I do.
In terms of this document, this is a document that looks like this occurred back in May of 1997.
Correct.
And this obviously was in a different state. This is California.
Yes, sir.
And this was a search warrant of what looks like to be a house that had been attributed to my client.
I'm not sure who it is, who resided there then. I know the address is there, the California.
Yeah, it would be the California address that's on the next page, right? I just don't want to mention it, but let's turn to the last page here. One of the things that was made mention by the state, and just pointing the jury to the receipt of property taken, that's like our property return
Yes.
or search warrant return, okay?
That's correct.
And in it, it identifies various different things that was taken from that particular residence.
Yes, sir.
Now, one of the things that's in here, for instance, is this line number 4, money due bill for the Monte Carlo Casino. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have that?
No, I do not.
Was there any copy of that in the house that you searched in 2023?
Not that we found.
And with regards to that particular description there, can you tell us, for instance, just by the description alone, when that money due bill was dated?
I don't know from that description. We just know when the search warrant was issued. So I would assume previous to that
Right.
issue date.
Right, but we don't know an exact date.
Correct.
And the other things that are on here, for instance, the 9 miscellaneous photographs, all these things are things that another detective wrote down in the course and scope of their investigation.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, when you were in Mr. Davis's home, you had identified, or there were various different electronic devices that were seized.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to those electronic devices, there were quite a few.
Yes.
Those electronic devices, and I just want to make sure I'm clear here. You had taken a Dell Inspiron 1764 laptop computer.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever at any point cause that computer to be reviewed for information that would help you lead to whether or not Mr. Davis wrote that book or helped write that book?
I did not.
Okay. And just for the jury's edification, let's make sure we're clear. When you're reviewing an electronic device like that, you are looking for files, search history, things that would help you see whether or not Mr. Davis used that particular machine to help write the book, for instance, in this case.
In theory, yes, somebody would do that.
Right. And you also took from the residence a Toshiba laptop computer.
Yes.
Did you find any information that would help you know or learn whether or not Mr. Davis actually wrote Contra Street Legend or anything like that?
I did not write a search warrant to get into the digital items, so I've never reviewed anything from the electronics.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. That would have been Clifford Mogg's job, not your job.
Yes,
Because at the time, he was the detective responsible for this investigation.
correct.
Now, but I just want to make sure we're clear for the jury. The other items that were seized at that point that you were at least part of the seizure would have been a Toshiba satellite laptop computer. So that's 3 computers. Another laptop computer, 8 HP G171 laptop computer, an HP touchscreen desktop computer, an iPad, another iPad, and a Sky device tablet. Those were the things that were taken from the residence, right?
That sounds accurate, yes.
And just stop me if you think I'm wrong, if you need to look at something, all right?
Okay.
In addition to that, it looks like there was some drives that were taken as well, a Toshiba external drive, a USB drive, and an iPad with a broken screen, and an iPhone in a black case.
Yes.
Okay. And those were all the fruits of your search of Mr. Davis's residence when you went there.
Yes, sir.
And once again, whatever was found inside of those objects would be something that would be Detective Mogg's responsibility to tell this jury, not you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Detective Gaddis, I'm done with my cross-examination of you.
Okay.
I appreciate your answers today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Samp. Mr. Stockmore, redraft.
Detective Gaddis, Mr. Sam said we're 2 separate agencies. That's accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
How often, let me ask you this. Do you work very closely with the DA's office?
Yes, we do.
What is the soonest you've called the DA after you've shown up to a crime scene?
Oh, within an hour. Absolutely.
And are we, as the prosecutors, involved in the investigation from the beginning?
Yes, sir.
Or were you aware that prior to the search warrant, or are you aware if prior to the search warrant, Mr. Palal and I were already involved in this investigation?
Yes, you were.
And were you aware of the determination or the decision that was made as it relates to Mr. Detective Mogg remaining the investigator on this case?
I don't know how those decisions were made.
Let me ask it this way. Are you aware that that decision was made the day he retires?
Yes, yes.
And your role and Sergeant DeCaro's role is if we needed a Metro police officer, you were supposed to assist.
Correct.
And do you have any active cases where the reports are not done?
Yes, sir.
And usually the report is done when all of the work is done.
Correct.
And so that's completed when you're done investigating.
Correct.
Mr. Sanford also mentioned something about the fact that your job is to find the facts. Do you remember him saying something like that?
Yes.
Is your job and our job any different than that we're here to uncover facts?
We have the same mission. Do it in different ways, but yes, same mission.
And are you aware that my investigators oftentimes interview witnesses?
Yes.
And that's not something that's unusual.
No.
Is there anything that you feel was improper with the idea of Detective Mogg becoming my contract investigator on this particular case?
Objection, Your Honor, is the opinion. I'm not quite clear.
Well, his entire cross was, hey, this is really odd, really unusual. There's something wrong here by Detective Mogg becoming Mr. Mogg and continuing the investigation. So I'm asking her experience, is there anything inappropriate about
I don't know how her experience is relevant.
it? He opened the door by asking her those questions.
Overall,
I would say Detective Mob would have been the best fit to do it because he had the most intelligence and knowledge of the investigation.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
anything further, Mr. Sam?
Yes, Your Honor. Since we walked through this door, so with regards to Detective Mogg in this case, he was the best fit for this investigation?
He had the most knowledge of it, yes.
He had the most knowledge of it because he did not write an officer's report. Fair?
Objection assumes a fact, not an evidence.
Can you approach? All right, it's overruled. You may ask your question.
And I just forgot the question, so let me back it up real quick here. So you're telling us though that he was the best for the job?
Yes.
Okay. And that at the time of his retirement, 2023, he was the best for the job?
He had the most knowledge of it, yes.
Yes, and he had the most knowledge of it because he was the primary detective on the case?
For the preceding several years, yes.
Yes. And when he retired, he did not have an officer's report?
I don't know if he did or didn't.
Well, I'm just based upon your knowledge, you're saying you don't know.
Yeah, I know. I've never actually read it. I don't know if he did.
So you don't know if he had an officer's report?
Correct.
And you say he was the best for the case, even though technically there were other detectives on your unit that could have taken over that case?
There are additional detectives, absolutely, yes.
And are you saying that somehow Detective Mogg had something different compared to all the other detectives that could have taken over that case from the homicide division?
Well, I say that about Detective Mogg because he had those 4 or 5 years of experience already invested into the case. So for him to kind of finish it out and to see it through, to me, that made the most sense, in my opinion.
But without capturing it, putting it down on an officer's report? Then you don't know.
Objection. She just saying she doesn't know if there is one.
Let me ask you this
Sustained.
question. I'll withdraw the question. In terms of, as we sit here right now, there was a cold case unit, right?
Yes, we do. We have a cold case.
The cold case unit would investigate crimes that occurred, like say, for instance, in this case, 30 years ago.
Yes, I do.
And they could have very easily taken this file as well, right?
So from my understanding, when Detective Mogg obtained this case, we did not have a cold case unit in our section at that time. That didn't come into play until maybe 2020 that we were able to fulfill a cold case detectives.
Okay. And so in terms of the way you're describing it, are you saying that Detective Mob was operating a cold case?
No, he was on an active squad for the entirety of his time in the homicide section. But when he received this case from the preceding detectives, we didn't have a cold case unit for them to have investigated it. So basically, any of the cold cases came down to the next person in line, more or less, and that happened to be Detective Mob.
All right. And in terms of the Detective Mob situation, are you telling us though that he was hired by Metro as an investigator doing cold cases?
No, he was a detective with Metro, employed as a commissioned officer. He wasn't hired by Metro separately to do cold cases.
And I apologize for that. Let me just back up here. So are you aware of a retired officer by the name of Dean O'Kelly?
Yes, sir.
And he at some point worked on cold cases.
Yes, he did.
And he worked on cold cases after he retired.
Correct.
And prior to that, he was actually a homicide detective.
Yes, sir.
So I apologize, maybe I wasn't clear on my question, but are you telling us that that's what Detective Morgan did in this case? That after he retired, he became a investigator just like Dean O'Kelly on cold cases?
Detective Mob did not do that with Metro.
And once again, as you're sitting here right now, you don't know of any officers report up until the time he retires.
That's correct.
Are you aware of any other reports that he wrote after he retired in this case?
No, sir.
Are you, and once again, any reports at all that would be put in the file to help the next detective with the investigation, anything like that?
I'm not aware of them.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. DiGiacomo? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands, thank you, Detective Gaddis. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Does it make sense to break for lunch at this time?
We have one short witness, but maybe we could do a restroom break and then break for lunch.
Does anyone in the jury have to use the restroom? Yes? Okay. All right. So we will take a break. During the recess, you want to talk or converse amongst yourselves with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any recorded or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or from which express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial if the case is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 11:40. Please rise for the jury. For the record, the jury has exited the room. We'll be in recess. record. Back on record in C377407. Over the break, one of our jurors let Marshall Spees know that it was juror 5, Sydney Stratton, let the Marshall know that she knows Mr. Scott, who was the CSA who testified. I don't know any more information about that. I was just going to have her come out and ask her some questions about that relationship, see if it would affect her ability to be fair and impartial. And then if you guys have any questions about it, just I'll give you that opportunity as well.
Yes, right.
Okay, can we get Ms. Stratton in? Randy? No? You- okay. For the record, Ms. Stratton has exited the room. You may be seated. Anything else we need to discuss on that issue?
Not from the state. No, you're not.
Anything we need to discuss outside the presence?
Not from the state. No, you're not.
All right, we'll get the jurors lined up. And who is the witness that we're going to do next?
Mark.
Mark Pat.
Yeah, he's a firearms person.
Okay.
So he should be short.
All right, then as soon as we get the jury in, we'll proceed with that one short witness, and then we'll take our lunch break. You had said there were 6 witnesses you wanted to get on, and we've done 5?
And then one in the afternoon.
So the 6th is in the afternoon.
Yes.
Understood. Okay.
We believe we should take most, if not all, of that.
Okay. No worries.
Anything else? I mean, who knows? You know, they talk all day.
Staff jury.
The party stipulates for the defense of the jury.
Yes, Sean.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may be seated. All right, so you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please call some more hands.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may have a seat.
Thank you.
Sir, if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Mark Hatton, MARKHATTEN.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Palau.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hatton, how are you employed?
I'm currently a police officer with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. I was hired in 2007. I also worked as an IBIN technician within the firearms unit of the forensic laboratory at the Metro Forensic Lab for 7 years, from 2018 until 2025.
Can you tell us what NIBIN is?
Yes, NIBIN stands for the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. It's a program that's overseen by the federal agency, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, otherwise known as the ATF. And this is a technology that contains hardware and software that takes high-resolution 2D and 3D images of a cartridge case that has been fired, or a cartridge, excuse me, that has been fired out of the firearm. It looks specifically at the head stamp area. And I also brought a model with me of a cartridge if the court will allow me to use this. And I could also pass this around to the jury so you can get a closer look and see exactly and understand what NIBIN is looking at.
Mr. Hatton, you're getting a little ahead of me, but let's go. I was going to ask you, what is a cartridge case?
Cartridge case, it's what this is called is a cartridge. And once it's fired, the bullet gets projected out of the barrel, and the cartridge case gets ejected from the firearm. And basically, it contains all the components of a cartridge, including the bullet, the cartridge case. Can I use
Yes,
them?
and so it appears you brought a demonstrative. Your Honor, may the witness use the demonstrative for the purposes of explaining it to the jury.
Is it the two? Yeah. Okay. Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so during the firing process, when somebody pulls the trigger, this bullet will project out of the barrel. And this is the cartridge case. This is the head stamp area. It can be stamped with the manufacturer of the ammunition as well as the caliber. And this is the what NIBIN looks at, specifically the primer area, which contains a small explosive that ignites the gunpowder within the cartridge case.
And then on the back of the cartridge, you had mentioned that, or the cartridge case, you had mentioned that the strike that causes the explosion to expunge the bullet, is that strike unique or something that you look at in determining whether or not a cartridge has been fired from a similar, the same gun?
Yes, it's unique because during the manufacturing process of the firearm, it has tooling marks and it's hardened steel. This metal is soft So this comes out at very high velocity. So when that slams into the firearm, it imparts its unique markings from that tooling process directly onto the cartridge case.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to case number 960907-2063, where you asked to do some work on that case.
Yes, I was.
And is it fair to say that, and the jury's already heard this and they've been received in evidence, that 7 cartridge cases with a head stamp of 140 SNW were recovered from that scene?
That's correct.
And then initially, when this case first occurred in 1996, they were run through the database that existed in 1996. Is that fair to say?
Not in 1996, it was in 2003 because NIBIN was not created. It was a program called DrugFire, and NIBIN actually was implemented in 1997, but of course it takes time to build up the database, so it really wasn't the database wasn't built up until about the early 2000s. So that's when they actually initially entered this cartridge case into the NIBIN system.
So in 1996, it was DrugFire, and then in 2003, it was re-entered into NIBIN. Is that fair to say?
I don't have any knowledge if this was entered into DrugFire.
So we'll focus on 2003, the NIBIN entry. Did the cartridges used in this particular cartridge cases collected in this case match any other cartridge cases that were entered into NIBIN back in 2003?
They did not.
Did they match any other firearm that was recovered by 2003?
They did not.
Now, in 2023, were you asked to re-enter these cartridge cases or re-examine them within the NIBIN system?
Yes, I was.
And that request, I think, was made by Mark DiGiacomo.
Yes, it was.
And had technology changed between 2003 and 2023?
Yes, so that 20-year period, yes, the cameras and the resolution has definitely improved over the 20-year time frame.
And is it also fair to say that probably in the intervening 20 years, more cartridge cases and more firearms have been entered into the NIBIN system?
Yes, it's the gold standard of that type of ballistics. So everybody uses it now. And yes, there's millions of images in the database.
And did you actually conduct that? Did you actually look into NIBIN to see whether or not this cartridge case matched any other cartridge case that was entered into NIBIN?
Yes, I entered it into NIBIN myself, and we did a nationwide search, and it looked throughout the entire country. And then the NIBIN results had no associations other to the original entry from 2003.
So what you learned from NIBIN is when you entered the cartridge in 2003, it matched the cartridge you entered in 2023.
That's correct.
But nationwide, it did not match any other cartridge case that had been previously entered into NIBIN.
No, it did not.
Anything, cross-examination, Mr. Sept?
Sir, did you actually look at the actual cartridge casings themselves?
Yes, I looked all 7 side by side, and I screened them and then grouped them into one grouping, which represents one firearm.
All right. And as far as you recall or understand that the cartridge casings were located at one scene, not multiple scenes.
I didn't look into the case notes. That's to try to keep our distance. We don't do any investigative work at the lab, so we don't want to bias our mind to what was. So I did not review any of the crime scene photos, any of the diagrams. I do not know. All I know is I have 7 cartridge cases. How do they group and which ones to enter?
Okay. And so out of the 7, all of them look like they were fired from the same firearm.
Yes, they had similar visual characteristics, and I entered one, which I assigned as lab item 1.
I see. So no one of them was different, like indicating maybe another gun was used. All of them were from the same gun.
That's correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further, State?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from our jurors? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Hatton. You're free to go. You are
Thank you, Your Honor.
excused. That was our short witness before the lunch break.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sounds good. So at this time, we're going to take our lunch break. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 1 p.m. for further testimony. Please rise for the jury. For the record, the jury has exited the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. So we're gonna have Robert Ladd testify at whenever we come back in.
Okay, you can all be
And-
seated.
And there was this outstanding issue during our gang motion about the term shot caller. Now, in the interim, we found that Mr. Davis refers to himself as the shot caller in the book. I don't know that that was pointed out. I had not realized that at the time of that motion, so I certainly failed to point that out. But at this point, the state's going to be asking that we allow Mr. Ladd to use that term. When I pre-trialed him last night, I told him he is not allowed to use it unless the court gives a go-ahead, so he's aware of that prohibition. But I
Was
think,
the idea that he was going to be the one to lay the foundation, that he was the shot call, that
yes,
allegedly Keffe D
Yes.
was the shot caller?
yes.
So we can use that term and attempt to lay the foundation, and then I guess we can just, at some point, you can approach and say, has that been conclusively established or something?
Okay, so I just want to know the mechanism. So I'm not going to have him say it at all, and then I will try and lay the general gang foundation, and then I'll lay the foundation for Mr. Davis's role within the gang, and at that point, I'll probably just ask to approach out of an abundance of caution, and then see if the foundation's.
Does that work for you, Mr. Sam?
It does, Your Honor. I did have one for the housekeeping matter for the shot caller issue.
Yes.
Okay.
The other issue is that we're asking the court to see if we could just exclude print on the record or publishing to everybody the addresses of my clients in terms of where his family still lives today in Compton. So if we're going to talk about a location that would just use maybe the street name, something like that to differentiate between the two.
I think that's appropriate. For
That might be
the, not to give the exact address.
So can we?
You
So
can say like
without
the
giving
3600 block,
Can
maybe?
I think it's a little complicated because there's a 1405 and there's two houses on the same block. And so I think if Mr. Sam doesn't object to us just saying that on the search warrants, it's listed as Mr. Davis's house without giving the actual address, or Mr. Anderson's or Miss Anderson's house without giving the actual address, I'm happy to do that. Like, I'm not trying to cause any problems. It's just that I don't want the vagary used against us.
Sure. Would that compromise work for your purposes?
Yes, Your Honor, because I think that's all we're asking, is just to just refer to who the house is.
The exhibits themselves that will be admitted list the actual address, but we won't display those portions of the exhibits publicly if that helps.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Yes.
Sounds good. Okay.
Okay.
Anything else on that thing, Mr. Sam?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else we need to address in general? Hearing nothing, we'll be in recess. Thanks, guys.
When are we coming back to
1 o'clock. record. We're on record in State versus Davis, C-377-407. Anything that we need to address outside the presence of the jurors?
Not from the state.
Okay. And we have Mr. Ladd
Yes.
ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, we don't have to delay for him. Perfect. All right, we'll get the jurors lined up and we'll bring them right. They are lined up? Okay, perfect. And just so I'm aware, 1 o'clock tomorrow is the plan?
Yes. 1 o'clock tomorrow. I think this is our last witness for today. I don't know how long it's gonna take, but.
Okay. So once I have them recess after this, we'll tell them to come back at 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good.
And are we still starting noon on Thursday?
That's the idea. If you guys are ready at that time. So you guys can talk about it and let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect.
Stand for the jury.
So the party stipulated to the presence of the jury.
This was fine.
Okay, you may all be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you liked lunch. We are still in the state's case in chief. Mr. Palal, you're standing up, so I assume you're calling your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Robert Ladd.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Robert Ladd, ROBERT, LADD.
You may proceed, Mr. Palal.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Ladd.
How you doing, sir?
Sir, can you tell us a little bit about your employment?
Yes, I'm retired now, but I was a police officer for 32 years.
Where did you start your career?
I started in 1983 when I was hired by the city of Compton.
And what was your initial position with the city of Compton?
A patrol officer.
And then did you change positions at some point?
Yes, when I was a patrol officer for several years. And that really was my beginning introduction into the world of the Crips and Bloods, because most of the radio calls that we got in Compton revolved around gang activity. So I got to learn there, the way they dress, the territories, how to read graffiti. And then in 1988, I was promoted to the gang unit.
And for our edification, how big is Compton?
Compton's a 10 square mile city. It had a population of 100,000 people. And we had 55 active gangs in this little 10 square mile city.
And is it fair to say that most of the gangs were affiliated either with the Crips or Blood or Mob and various subsets of those types of groups?
Yes, it was basically Crips, Pirus, and Hispanic gangs.
Mr. Palal, you've reminded me this may be a good time to read the Tavares instruction.
You're right.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are going to hear testimony regarding drug trafficking, conspiracy, federal convictions, as well as gang affiliation. These are not offered to show the defendant's propensity to commit crime or any other improper purpose, and you may not consider it for those purposes. It is only offered to establish the credibility of his prior statement, the statements made by defendant, motive, and identity. You may proceed, Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, and then tell us a little bit about your career in terms of, you said in 1983 you became a patrol officer and you were patrolling Compton, which had you responding to a lot of gang-related calls. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And then you ultimately go to the gang unit. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you assigned a partner?
Yes, my partner was Tim Brennan.
And then who was the lieutenant in charge of the gang unit at the time?
Lieutenant Reggie Wright Sr.
During your time as a gang detective, did you also respond to a lot of gang activity in Compton?
Yes, when I got into the gang unit in 1988, Compton was a very violent city. We were averaging 70 to 80 homicides a year and hundreds of shootings. So my responsibilities now were to investigate all gang-related crimes, gather intelligence, and photograph and identify gang members. And I also went out on a daily basis to try to contact gang members and talk to them when I arrested them. And also I tried to talk to them out in the field so I could kind of build a rapport with these gang members out there.
Okay, so I mean, you'll have to forgive me, but when I think of a officer or detective rolling through Compton and trying to start a conversation with a gang member, it seems weird to me that the gang member would want to interact with you at all. Like, how did you develop that rapport?
Well, it doesn't happen overnight. It takes several years. You just gotta treat them fair, and you have to talk to them like you'd want to be talked to. And we didn't sweat them on the small stuff. We let patrol kind of do that. For instance, if they were out there just drinking some beer or smoking some marijuana or whatever, we'd come up and we'd talk to them and say, man, we're not going to sweat you on that stuff. And so over time, they say, all right, this guy's pretty cool. We'll talk to him.
And then your partner, Tim Brennan, he ultimately was given a nickname Blondie. Is that right?
Yes, DJ Quick wrote an underground song about it, and it was called Blondie. So everybody in the Compton knew my partner as Blondie. He kind of became famous over it.
Can you tell me a little bit about any type of gang training that you've given as somebody who has dealt with Bloods and Crips in Compton specifically?
Yes, it was from 2001 to about 2010 that my partner Tim and I, we taught at many national seminars right here in Vegas and in California also. And this is where thousands of police officers come from all over the country, as well as around the world, to learn about the Crips and Bloods and talk about that.
You had mentioned that in a city as small as 100,000 people, you would have somewhere between 50 to 60 or more homicides a year, and then additional hundreds of shootings. Can you tell us a little bit about that, about the volume of these types of cases? Were they mostly gang-related shootings and homicides?
Most of them were, yes. And in 1993, I was promoted to gang homicide detective and started handling all the gang homicides too. I did this till the year 2000. And so I spent 12 straight years in the gang unit. And during that time, I handled hundreds of homicide cases and thousands of shootings. And I actually talked to thousands of gang members, and I got to know really the way they talk, the way they think, the way they act, basically their overall mentality about gang life in general.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the difficulties associated with investigating gang cases. As somebody who did hundreds of investigations and homicides and thousands of shootings, did gang cases in particular present investigatory problems?
Absolutely. Gang cases, they're the hardest to solve, especially in Compton, because there's a code out in the street where You're not supposed to talk to the police. You're not supposed to go to court, or you get labeled a snitch. And the other problems that we have is that the good citizens that actually see what happened and want to come forward are afraid to. They get intimidated by these gangsters. And so they're really hard. We really don't have any witnesses. So we kind of rely on a lot of informants to get our information out there in the streets.
And then you mentioned relying on informants, but it's fair to say that if somebody wants to, if the case needs to be prosecuted or brought to court, somebody can't remain a confidential, reliable informant. They actually have to reveal who they are.
That's true.
And as part of your investigating homicides and shootings, was that a problem to get people to come forward and testify as opposed to giving you information on background?
Yes, it's very difficult because when they come to court, if you can get them to come to court, they don't want to get involved. They don't want to say anything, so they're not cooperating.
And you said being labeled a snitch was something that was frowned upon. In your training and experience, were there any other types of consequences for people who are labeled snitches in Compton, California, in gang life?
Absolutely. These guys take the code very seriously, and if you get labeled a snitch, it's probably the worst thing that can happen to you as a gang member. You're probably going to have to leave the state if you want to get, if you don't want to get severely beaten down all the way up to getting murdered. So they take it very seriously.
Now, I'm going to ask you now about a gang in particular. I'm going to ask you about the South Side Compton Crips. During your time in Compton, California, were you familiar with the South Side Compton Crips?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us a little bit about the South Side Compton Crips?
Yes, the South Side Crips, they're located in the southeast portion of our city, and their area, they're one of our larger gangs. It's probably a half mile in every direction. There was an excess of 100 documented active gang members at the time, and they identified themselves by wearing the color blue. So when you contacted a Southside Crip member, he's going to have something blue on, a blue shoestrings, a blue rag, anything blue identifies him with being a Crip gang member. And also the Southside Crip members adopted the Seattle Mariners baseball cap. It's a blue cap, it had an S on it, and to them, the S stood for Southside Crips.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to specifically the mid-90s, 1995, 1996. Were you familiar with somebody by the name of Duane Davis?
Yes.
Were you aware, was he somebody that was a high-ranking person in that gang or a low-ranking person in that gang?
Well, as high as you can get, yeah.
Now, what are the different levels of gangsters in Southside, or just general gangs? Are there different levels?
Yes, there's definitely a hierarchy within the black gangs in Compton. There's really 3 phases that these guys go through. The first phase is the BG, or baby gangster phase. And this is the time when they're just joining a gang. And usually, most of the time, not all the time, they get jumped in. And by getting jumped in, you have to show how tough you are. So it's probably lasts about a minute, maybe 2 minutes, where 5, 6, 7 gang members are going to try to beat this guy up. And he's got to fight with them to show how tough he is. And if he passes, he gets to join the gang. And these are the ages between 12, 13 to 15 and 16. And this is the beginning stages. So they're out there doing low-level crime, such as graffiti, selling drugs for the older gang members, and being lookouts.
And then is there a level above that?
Yeah, the next level we call the gangster phase, and that's from the ages from 15 to 16 to about 25 or 26. Now, this is a stage where these guys do the most violence. They're the ones out there that are committing the drive-by shootings and murders and robberies and carjacking. What they're trying to do is they're trying to earn their stripes for the gang so they can get kind of respect within the gang. So this is the most violent time for these gangsters.
And then is there another level in the hierarchy?
Yes, the last level is ages 25 to 26 on up. And these are the guys that a lot of them went to prison during their gangster phase. And a lot of them are getting older now and they put in the work. They call it earning their stripes within the gang. They're getting their respect. Now they're the older gangsters. And these guys become the leaders or shot callers of the gang. And they tell the younger officers what to do. And again, they take this very seriously. If the older OGs tell younger gangsters what to do, they do it without hesitation. If they don't, there's going to be severe consequences. I've seen all the way from severe beatdowns all the way up to murder.
Right. Now, in that hierarchy, so we have baby gangsters, just what was the middle one called? Just gangsters?
Just gangsters.
Gangsters, and then like OGs. Did you happen to know in the mid-90s where Duane Davis stood in that hierarchy?
Yes, he was a shot caller.
You want to let me approach?
You may.
All right, so you're saying that Mr. Davis was a shot caller within the South Side Crips.
Absolutely, yes.
And what does that mean?
Well, he could tell the younger gangsters what to do, and if they don't listen, like I just said, there's going to be severe consequences. The younger gang members are supposed to do what they're told without hesitation.
Now, were you aware of whether or not Mr. Davis was a narcotics trafficker?
Yes, he was definitely a high-level narcotics dealer. Compton, we're a small city, and we didn't have the manpower or the resources to go after a major narcotics dealer like Mr. Davis. But during my time in the gang unit, we were approached by two different agencies, the FBI task force, really, the DEA and FBI task force, and they would come to us because they wanted information on Mr. Davis's fellow gang members who he hung around with. And basically they would tell us that he's trafficking narcotics across the United States all the way to the East Coast.
Now, I want to talk a little bit more about Mr. Davis. Would you see him sometimes in Compton?
Yes, many, many times I've seen Mr. Davis.
And can you, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point him out and identify an article of clothing he's wearing?
Yeah, he's male black sitting at the end of the table wearing it's either gray or black suit.
You want to make the record reflect the identification of the defendant in this case?
It will.
All right, and how would Mr. Davis dress in normal like gangster attire like you were talking about before, or would he dress differently?
No, in his later years after he became the leader, whenever I'd see him, he'd be nicely dressed. Have the brim hat on, and he wouldn't have anything gangster-like on. He was always well-dressed.
I'm going to ask you now about somebody by the name of Orlando Anderson. Were you familiar with Mr. Anderson?
Yes, I was very familiar with Mr. Anderson. I had many, many contacts with him.
Okay. And can you tell us how you first became aware of Mr. Anderson's involvement in gang activity, if such activity existed?
Yes, I guess you could say I was there for his initiation into the gang. My partner, Tim Brennan, and I, we were at a fast food restaurant getting something to eat. We're in the drive-thru. And this particular restaurant was right adjacent to South Side Crip territory. And there's an alley that runs just adjacent to it. So as we got our food, and we were driving out of the fast food restaurant, and all of a sudden we heard a barrage of shots. We can hear them hitting our car. I heard about 5 or 6 shots, right? So after the shots stopped, we looked at each other, jumped out of the car, made sure we were all right, and we ran to where the shots were coming from. And witnesses were pointing down the street, and I saw 3 male blacks running down towards a known gang hangout. So these guys ran in there. We called the troops. We subsequently arrested Orlando Anderson and 2 other people. And during their interviews, they said that was part of their initiation. They didn't have to be jumped in if they tried to kill me and my partner. So they were automatically in the gang, and Orlando Anderson wasn't the shooter during this incident.
Was not.
Was not.
Now, were you familiar? Well, did Orlando Anderson, to your knowledge, have any relation to Duane Davis?
Yes, we found out that it was Orlando Anderson was Keffe's nephew. I'm sorry.
That's fine. And Keffe is what Mr. Davis went by.
Yeah, Keffe D.
Yeah, Keffe D. Is that kind of how you're used to referring to Mr. Davis?
I kind of know him by their nicknames, really.
Okay. And then, were you also familiar with somebody by the name of Terrence Bubble Up Brown?
Yes, had many contacts with Mr. Brown. He was kind of an older gangster, call him a wobbler. I still considered him in the gangster phase, but he kind of was a little older too.
And I guess in the mid 90s, what phase or what level would you say Orlando Anderson was?
Definitely gangster phase.
And then did he go by any nicknames that you're aware of, Orlando Anderson?
Yes, Baby Lane.
And then were you familiar with somebody by the name of DeAndre Smith?
Yes, DeAndre Smith, many contacts with him. Again, admitted to me, he's a South Side Crip member. His nickname was Big Dre.
Why was he called Big Dre?
Because he was a big man, and he was like 6'4", probably 300 pounds. He was a big guy.
Were you also familiar with a gang called Mob Piru?
Yes.
Can you tell us about Mob Piru?
Yes, they're a gang in the city of Compton, and they're located in the northeast portion of our city. Their gang used to be called the Looters Park Piru. That was their territory. In about 1975 or 76, a group of kids over there wanted to start their own gang and have their own territory, so they started at Mob Piru, which stands for Members and Bloods. Now, their area is probably a quarter mile in each direction, and there's probably 45 to 50 active gang members in this gang also, and they identify themselves by wearing the color red. So, and just like the Crips wore anything blue, the Pirus or Bloods wear everything red.
Now, we're going to talk a little bit about the flare up between Mob Piru and South Side Crips, but even before any of the music or any of the particular 1990s issues that we're here to discuss, would it be fair to say that Mob Piru and South Side Crips were natural rivals?
Yes, the Bloods and Crips never got along since they originated way back in the early 70s. They're kind of like just natural enemies because one wears red and one wears blue.
Were you familiar with whether or not Mob Piru associated with any particular record label in the mid-90s?
Yes, Death Row Records.
And do you know who ran Death Row Records at the time?
Yes, Suge Knight.
Now, were you familiar with Suge Knight prior to his ascension in Death Row Records?
Yeah, we had contact with him before, but not many because he really wasn't a gang member. He didn't really hang out, but he grew up in that neighborhood.
I'm going to ask you about some of the people that you would associate with the Mob Piru. Earlier, I think now it's last week, we met with somebody named James McDonald. Are you familiar with James McDonald?
Yes, very.
Do you recall what his nickname was?
Yes, Mob James.
Now, would you go to the McDonald house in Mob Piru territory?
Yes, Mob James's house was kind of like the main hangout for the Mob Piru, Looters Park Piru. He had two younger brothers, Buntry and Timmy Rue. So this was the main hangout for the Mob Pirus, and we would go there. If you wanted to find a Mob Piru, that's the first place you'd look. So we had many run-ins at this Mob James house.
And were you familiar with somebody by the name of Trayvon Lane?
Yes.
And States Exhibit 60. Do you recognize the person depicted in States Exhibit 60?
Yes, that's Trayvon Lane. His nickname's Trey, and he's a member of the Mob Piru.
Are you familiar with somebody by the name of Roger Williams?
Yes, I am. His nickname is Neckbone, and he's also a member of the Mob Piru.
No, actually, I think I skipped something with Trayvon Lane. You had talked about the 3 levels of being a gangster. What level would you say Trayvon Lane was in the mid-90s?
Gangster.
So like the middle, most violent level.
Yes.
And then with in the mid-90s, what level was Roger Williams?
Definitely gangster.
In the mid-90s, what level was Mob James McDonald?
I would consider him an OG.
And then in, you'd mentioned Buntry. Is that Alton McDonald?
Yes, it is.
And in the mid-90s, what level would you describe him?
Gangster.
And then are you, now in that neighborhood, same neighborhood, there was a person that lived there or grew up there named Reggie Wright Jr. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Were you familiar with Reggie Wright Jr.?
Very, yes.
And when you say very, how are you familiar with Reggie Wright Jr.?
Well, he used to work at the Compton Police Department. He was a jailer, and then he went to be a full-time police officer, I think, in around 1988. He was only there for like 5 years because he got injured and had to retire.
Now, I'm going to ask you something, I guess, culturally about gang life. How important is one's reputation in the gang world?
Very. It's these guys live for respect. That's how they live their lives.
And then if somebody felt as though they were disrespected, what would you expect them to do?
They have to retaliate. If a gang member is disrespected, they have to retaliate or they're considered a punk out in the streets. And if you get considered a punk out in the streets, you kind of lose your respect and credibility.
And what's the consequence of losing your respect and credibility in the streets?
Well, I mean, no, you're going to be nothing in that game, really.
And then we talked about the hundreds of murders that you've investigated and the thousands of shootings you've investigated. Was retaliation, in your experience, ever a motive for those shootings or murders?
Yes. I've investigated like 1,000 crimes, and I would say 90% of them are because of disrespect. And so when you get disrespected as a gang member, you can expect some sort of retaliation.
Now, you had heard gathering intelligence about this Lakewood Mall incident. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you weren't there, were you?
No.
And just so we're all clear, Lakewood Mall, is that in Compton?
No, it's several miles out of Compton.
And so that wouldn't be something for you to investigate?
No.
But as a gang expert and a gang investigator, what to you is the significance of somebody trying to rip off a gang member's chain?
Well, it's definitely disrespect, especially the chain that they were trying to take at the Lakewood Mall. It was a highly prized medallion, and these guys wore it like a badge of honor. So them try to steal this chain and beat up this subject, it would be a major display of disrespect. So now this guy's got to go back to the Mob Piru and Death Row Records and tell them what happened. So the next time they see each other, it's going to be on site. As soon as they see each other, some confrontation is going to happen.
And you had said that we're talking about the chain. We're talking about that death row chain. Is that right?
Yes.
And you had mentioned that they were wearing it with great pride. By they, who are you talking about?
The entourage of Suge Knight. That's Trayvon Lane. Well, back in '95, Suge Knight gave these out as Christmas presents to his entourage, like just, Trayvon, Neckbone, Buntree. They gave one to Reggie Wright Jr. So not too many people had him at this time. So it was a prized possession to these guys.
Now, I'm going to take you forward to September 7th of 1996. You become aware of a shooting that occurs out here in Las Vegas, September 7th, 1996. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How do you become aware of the shooting that occurred here on September 7th, 1996?
Well, I was at home and I get a call from my boss, who's Reggie Wright Sr. And he tells me that, hey, Suge Knight and Tupac were just shot. Tupac's in critical condition and get ready because it's coming back to Compton. He told me that they thought the South Side Crips were responsible for the shooting.
And so when he's telling you this, do you now have to have a response to this? Or why is he telling you specifically to get ready?
Because when you disrespect and shoot the biggest rap mogul on the planet and the biggest rap star on the planet, and he surrounds himself with the Mob Piru, then there's going to be some sort of retaliation. And all these guys were from Compton. So when they got back to Compton, we expected a war.
And was there a war?
There definitely was a war.
Can you tell us about that? So in the immediate aftermath of the Tupac Shakur shooting, did you notice an uptick in violence in Compton?
Yes, 2 days after Tupac was shot was our first shooting. One of the OGs was at a store on Lakewood Boulevard in Compton, and he was shot in the back several times, and a 10-year-old little girl got caught in the crossfire, and she was hit, and she was in critical condition. And the guy that was shot was a South Side Crip member, and again, he was the shot caller for the South Side Crips. His name was Darnell Brim.
Okay, and we've heard Darnell Brim's name before here, but was Darnell Brim part of the same subgroup of the Southside Crips as Duane Davis?
No, he was a Southside Crip gang member like they all were, but there was two factions of it. There was a group called the Burst Crew, which Mr. Davis ran, and then there was a Glencoe crew that Darnell Brim ran.
And is it fair to say that at some point there was a conflict between the two groups that caused the factionalization?
Yes, they used to be one big happy family, but there was a disagreement over drugs, or some drugs were stolen from one of the Burst Crew members, and that's when they split apart. They start fighting with each other, and they split apart into two different factions.
Now, in your understanding of gang culture, would Mob Piru, if they're seeking retaliation, would they be discerning about which crew or which part of the Southside Compton Crips they were shooting at, or would it just be you find a Southside Crip and then you start shooting?
Yeah, they don't care. When they go hunting for somebody, they don't care which faction he's from. If he's a Southside Crip member, or they're going to go after him.
Now, certainly that wasn't the only shooting that occurred in the immediate aftermath of the Tupac Shakur shooting. Is that correct?
That's correct. We had 3 murders and 10 attempted murder drive-by shootings that happened within a 10-day period in Compton.
And is that when, and were those shootings going back and forth related to Mob Piru and Southside Crips?
Yes.
So, I mean, you had mentioned earlier, there's 53 or 50 plus gangs in this 10 square mile radius. But during this particular heightened sense of violence, what was happening was the shooting back and forth between Mob Piru and Southside Crips.
Yes, but basically what it told me as a gang investigator right after the first shooting of Darnell Brim, to me, there was no doubt in my mind that the South Side Crips were responsible because the Mob Piru had to retaliate, and they had 54 other gangs to choose from, but they went right after the South Side Crips. So there's no doubt in my mind who's responsible for shooting Tupac and Suge Knight.
Now, as a result of this, in October, you and your partner Tim Brennan put together a multi-house search warrant.
That is correct.
And what was the purpose of this search warrant?
Well, we had two purposes, really. One, there was a war in the city of Compton, and innocent people were getting shot as well as gang members. And so we wanted to put a stop to that. So by hitting houses on both sides, both the Pirus and the Crips, and we wanted to quell the violence and try to stop it. The other reason was we wanted to try to help Las Vegas PD with their investigation of the shooting of Tupac and Suge.
And when you said you wanted to help the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department in their investigation of who shot Tupac and Suge, can you elaborate more on how you believe this search warrant might help Metro in this investigation?
Yes, the way we handle gang-related homicides is when we did these search warrants, we'd find a reason, hopefully, to arrest them. We'd find guns or narcotics in their house, and then we'd bring them down to the station. So you would have all the players that were involved, like that we were heard about that was involved in the shooting of Tupac Shakur. So we rounded them all up, and hopefully Las Vegas PD would come down and try to interview them, try to get one of them to cop out, or to try to put them in Las Vegas, whatever they want to do on their investigation of the murder. We rounded up all the people for them. So that's how we helped them.
So the search warrant served two purposes. You have an active war going on, and you're trying to slow the violence in Compton, but you're also thinking, well, maybe we can get some of the folks who we think might be involved in the Tupac shooting to start talking as well.
Correct.
Did Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department send detectives out here for that purpose, or out there for that purpose?
Yes, they sent two detectives.
Now, with regards to the search warrant itself, were a number of firearms recovered as well?
Yes.
And was part of the goal that maybe not only just take this guns off the street for the Compton war, but was there a hope that maybe the firearm for the Tupac Shakur murder might be recovered as well?
That's correct also.
It's fair to say that that did not happen.
That's correct.
You know, I'm actually going to approach with state's proposed exhibit number 161.
Okay.
I'm showing you what's proposed state's exhibit number 161.
I got to get my glasses on.
No problem.
Okay.
Do you recognize what state's proposed exhibit 161 is?
Yes, it's a search warrant.
And can you open it up and look through it? Do you recognize the search warrant?
Yes, I do. It was a search warrant that we prepared. Well, Tim wrote after the Tupac shooting.
And was it? Did you assist him in the investigation that led up to the search warrant?
Yes.
And did you assist him in giving him the information in order to get the probable cause?
Definitely, yes.
And then did you also assist in executing that search warrant?
Yes.
Now, state's going to move state's proposed exhibit 161 as evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Sept?
No objection.
So admitted.
Now, there's been some allegation that the Compton Police Department was only focused on the South Side Crips when it came to trying to stop this war and stop this violence. Is it fair to say that among the houses that were searched included a large number of Mob Piru houses along with South Side Crips houses?
Yes, definitely. We hit many houses on both sides.
And is it fair to say that is a total of 38 residences that were looked into?
Yes.
And to include members of Mob Piru and South Side Crips?
Yes.
Now, Commissioner Prochar?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as States Exhibits 162 and 163. Do you recognize what these are?
Yes.
What are they?
These are evidence that we collected at the scene.
Okay. And without going into the addresses, is it fair to say that these were evidence that were collected from Duane Davis's house and Duane Davis's family's house?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to move States Exhibits 162 and 163 to evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
Okay, I'm going to first turn your attention to States Exhibit 162. Can you finish that?
Yeah, you just want me to avoid the address, though, right? We have to avoid the address, so maybe take it off. Jessica, maybe take it off me while it comes up, so we can avoid the address itself. What page do you want, Mr.?
The fourth page, please. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Can you do the second page first?
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so this is the first address we're going to talk about here. And again, we're not going to go into what the actual address is, but do you recognize the people that are listed that were located at the address?
Yes.
And fair to say they were members of Mr. Davis's family?
Yes.
Now I'm going to turn your attention to the next page. And under on line number 5, do you see what's listed there as the receipt?
Yes.
And line number 5 is one hotel's receipt. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then line number 6 is one Compton Municipal Court subpoena. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then I'm going to show you States Exhibits 163. If we can take it off us for a second.
Give me half a second here. Sorry, can we approach? I think you just got to show it to him, Mr. Blah. I don't think we can put it up.
Okay.
This is what it says.
So I'm showing you page 3 of States Exhibit 163. Can you tell us what this document actually is?
Yeah, it's a receipt for property taken.
And then it actually mentions who is taking some of the property here, doesn't it?
Yes.
And who's that?
Myself.
And then one is a letter from the Excalibur Casino, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the other is an envelope addressed to Orlando Anderson, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the third is miscellaneous bills addressed to Orlando Anderson as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And all of these 3 items were collected by you, is that fair to say?
Yes.
So from Mr. Davis's home, and well, we'll start with 163. We have from Mr. Anderson's home, we have a receipt from the Excalibur. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then and is part of the reason why you're collecting that receipt is because it's relevant to the investigation as to who shot Mr. Shakur?
Yes, we thought it might be significant that it showed that Mr. Davis was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting.
So I guess in this one it's Mr. Anderson, correct?
Yeah.
And then from Mr. Davis's house, there's also a receipt, a hotel receipt that was collected. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna approach. I'm gonna show you states 160. And we're not gonna talk about the addresses specifically, but the two addresses attributed to Mr. Anderson and Mr. Davis. One is at the top, and then one is at the bottom with a red dot. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that they are very close to each other.
Yes.
Remove 160's evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
So Mr. Anderson, was he one of the people that was caught up during the search warrants, this 38 house search warrant?
Yes.
And was Mr. Davis around during the 38 house search warrant?
No, we couldn't locate him.
So you were able to locate Mr. Anderson, but Mr. Davis was just not around.
Correct.
And you don't know why or how that is.
That's correct.
But with regards to Mr. Anderson, it's fair to say Mr. Anderson at that point is a person of interest, at least, in the shooting of Mr. Shakur.
Definitely, yes.
And then at that point, do you make him available for questioning with Detective Becker from LVMPD?
Yes.
And does Mr. Becker make an attempt to question Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
And did any useful or relevant information come out during the course of that questioning?
Not that I was aware of.
Now, let's fast forward a little bit. During, you were aware that 6 months later, Christopher Wallace, also known as the Notorious B.I.G., also known as Biggie Smalls, he was killed in Los Angeles. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, was that in the Compton area?
No.
So were you responsible for the investigation of Christopher Wallace?
No.
But did you end up assisting the LAPD in trying to execute search warrants in an attempt to gather information on the murder of Christopher Wallace?
Yes.
Why were you the person, or you and Mr. Brennan, the person that LAPD would ask for assistance?
Because we knew who all the players were. And we told them at the time that they had a little internal feud going with each other, and we were getting ready to do search warrants on them.
So you were getting ready to, they were having an internal feud. Is it fair to say that the 1997 search warrant served a dual purpose in a similar way that the 1996 search warrant served?
Yes.
So like in 1996, you have a war between Mob Piru and South Side Crips, and you're also trying to see if you can get any information related to the Tupac Shakur murder. Is that fair?
Correct. Yes.
And then in 1997, you had mentioned that there was an internal feud that had gotten violent. Is it fair to say that the Burris Street crew and the Glencoe Street crew on the Southside Compton Crips, that they had started engaging in their own violent feud?
Yes, definitely.
And as a result, and at that same time, there was some question as to whether or not members of the Southside Crips may be involved in the murder of Christopher Wallace.
Correct.
And so, were those two goals or those two functions part of the reason or the basis for executing the search warrants?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 136. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 136?
Yes, this is a search warrant we did on.
And we're not going to talk about addresses by agreement, but it's a search you did on a different house from the houses that you did in 1996. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is a different residence that was associated with Mr. Davis. Is that fair?
Yes.
Reports about this, John. We're just pulling that up.
Sure.
Jessica, you can put it on me.
And Mr. DiGiacomo, do you mind zooming in a little bit?
Yeah, if I figure out how to make the Zoom work on this. Oh, that didn't work. Let's see if the Zoom tool's not working.
Well, Mr. Ladd, we're going to do this the old-fashioned way. It's going to be up there, but I want to show you page 4 of 136. It's still up there on the screen as well. On page 4, we have another receipt of property taken. Is that right?
Yes.
And on line 4, what do we have?
A money due bill for the Monte Carlo Casino.
Now, in relation to this search warrant as well as the other search warrant, really you can only take property that would be related to the investigation, correct?
Correct.
So like if I couldn't take just any random property just because I have a search warrant, can I?
No.
You have to take things that are related to the actual search warrant.
Correct.
Now, I am going to ask you, did you spend, you said you had worked at Compton till about, how long, actually, let me rephrase. How long did you work at the city of Compton for?
From 1983 to 2001. I'm sorry, 2000.
Okay. Is it fair to say that at some point the Compton Police Department got swallowed up by the LA Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And did you stay with, did you sign on to the LA Sheriff's Office after that?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many of the Compton police officers stayed with the LA Sheriff's Office? Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I don't want it to be like yesterday where we keep on interrupting each other. Do you recall how many of the Compton police officers were hired on by the LA Sheriff's Office when LA Sheriff's Office took over Compton Police Department?
Yeah, I'm not sure the exact number. I think there was like 103 of us, and I think all but 2 were hired by the Sheriff's Department.
Now you ultimately left the LA Sheriff's Office, is that correct?
Yes.
And then where did you go to work after that?
I lateraled over to an agency, Garden Grove PD in Orange County.
Probably a little bit safer than the Compton Police Department.
You could say that, yes. It's still a busy city, but it wasn't nothing like Compton.
And then during that time period is when you started giving talks with Detective Brennan regarding your experience working blood and Crip gangs in Compton.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say that Detective Brennan is no longer with us?
Yes, he passed away of cancer several years ago.
Oh, yeah. Now, I'd forgotten about one of the murders I wanted to talk, or one of the shootings I wanted to talk to you about during the war that escalated immediately after the shooting of Tupac Shakur. So I'm going back a little bit, and I apologize for that.
No problem.
One of the people that was shot was a man by the name of Bobby Finch. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Bobby Finch was actually killed on September 11th. Was Bobby Finch a gang member?
No.
Was Corey Edwards a gang member?
Yes.
And what gang did he belong to?
South Side Crips.
And do Bobby Fish and Corey Edwards look alike?
Yes, they do.
Seal pass the witness.
Does anyone need to use the restroom before we get into cross? Seeing no hands, Mr. Sept. Oh. You're good? You're good? Restroom. Okay, perfect. All right. During this recess, you're admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. I'll have you guys back here at, let's say, 2:15. Please rise for the jury. For the record, the jury has exited the room. We'll be in recess. Back on record in State versus Davis, C-377-407. Anything we need to address outside the presence before we bring the jury in?
Top of the state. No, you're not.
Okay, let's bring him in. Randy. Not ready yet.
I guess we should stand since they're coming in.
Keffe D.
Do the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. All right, we're on cross. So whenever you're ready, Mr. Sept, you may proceed.
Mr. Ladd, welcome to Las Vegas.
Thank you.
Now, during your time in Compton, seems like it was a pretty colorful time where you were there.
Very active, yes.
There's a movie called, I think, End of Watch. Have you ever watched that movie?
No.
Okay. Have you ever watched any movies at all from that time period? Like, say, I don't know what was out there. Any of the LAPD movies during that time period? Have you ever watched any of those?
You have to be more specific.
I know.
Sorry.
I'm trying to figure out. There's another one out there besides End of Watch. But you share basically your experience working as a Compton police officer to the time you started working as a detective for gangs in a book that you wrote.
Yes.
And that book is called and entitled Once Upon a Time in Compton, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you do write this book in addition to Timothy Brennan, your partner.
Yes.
Now, in the book, I've read the book, and when you guys are working together as a team, it's Tim and Bob, right? In the book, you guys, Tim and Bob, we did this. Tim and Bob, we did that, right?
Yes.
Now, the book itself, as you created the book, fair to say that that was a book that I would think that you would be proud of, the work that you put into the book.
Yes.
And in terms of the book itself, you could sit here basically as you're talking with us and this jury today, that the book is accurate in terms of what you recall during that time period, right?
Yes.
And you would have taken great pains to make sure that that book was accurate before it was published.
Yes.
Meaning, for instance, if you read something in the book that wasn't accurate and it wasn't published yet, you would make a note to either tell Tim or this other lady, I think her name is Lolita, that, hey, this isn't quite right. I don't remember that. And there would be some discussion, maybe changing or something, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in order for you to write the book, and I think you published this book in 2017.
Correct.
That was, and you started working for Compton in what year?
1983.
So, and you start off in the book from 1983 on in terms of your experience working as a police officer in Compton, as well as Tim's experience working as a police officer in Compton, right?
Yes.
Did you, I would imagine you would have used notes and that kind of thing to help refresh your recollection and help remind you of certain events, certain cases, that kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah, because in the book, for instance, there's a lot of different people you run into. There's a lot of different scenarios you run into as well, right?
Yes. Most of it was based off our memories, but
yeah,
like for the search warrant or whatever, we could go back to a search warrant and look at that to refresh our memories.
Right.
Most of the stories are just from my memory.
Yeah, and fair to say, of course, it's also Tim's memory as well. So something that you would remember, he would remember, and vice versa. And you go, oh yeah, I remember this now, and you would say, oh yeah, I remember that now, right?
Yes.
So part of the book, in essence, really is it's a teamwork between you and Tim and Lolita writing the book for you.
It's a collaboration.
Collaboration. Okay. Now, did you write any of the book yourself?
Basically, we got Lolita Files to write the book, and we told the story to her.
Right, and so
she actually wrote it, but it's our story.
Right, and Lolita, meaning that this was an experienced writer that you recall, right, before she wrote the book?
Absolutely.
And when she wrote the book, can you tell us a little bit about Lolita, who she was as a writer?
Yeah, she had several books that were published prior to that, and she was very up on the hip hop scene. So when we got together, and we kind of just clicked, and we collaborated to write the book.
And in terms of her background and so forth, did she go to school for that?
I'm not sure.
All right. And was she working as a journalist or a writer prior to you meeting her to write this book?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, throughout the course of the book, you do put pictures in here, and pictures of you with darker hair and less of a goatee and more of a, looks like actually one without a picture of no much facial expression whatsoever. It's a picture of you as a young police officer. Now, the purpose for these pictures in your book is really to help establish some of the things that were happening during that time period, so the reader could see visually what was going on, right?
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, in the book, you had put as well, and the book, the picture, let's see, the picture that I was looking at is this picture right here. Do you recall this picture?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and once again, it's just to show your experience while you were being a police officer in Compton, right?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, though, you do put in the back of your book some documents that were documents that you used in furtherance of your job as a detective at some point, right?
I don't really understand that question.
Meaning, for instance, in the back of your book, you do put in here a map of the Compton area gangs, for instance.
Yes.
You also put in here, and the Compton area gangs for the jury, we're talking just to highlight how compact of an area the city of Compton was and how many different areas was claimed by different types of gangs. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. In addition to that, you also had included in here the affidavit, the search warrant that we just talked about before, right? This 40 area search warrant.
Yes.
You put that in the book as well.
Yes.
And just for the jury's edification here, for instance, none of the information in here is redacted, meaning it's not taken out by a black mark or anything like that, right?
Correct.
All right. And I'm not trying to get anybody in position here for to be in trouble, but in essence, the book and the information that's in here was readily available for anyone who wanted to buy and read it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, did you have a publisher on this?
At the beginning, we did, yes.
Okay. And what do you mean at the beginning?
Well, it was a publishing company, and we kind of had a little conflict with them, so we decided to leave them and self-publish.
I see. And so with Lolita's help, once the book was finalized and you and Tim both felt good about the finished product with Lolita, then you just published it yourself.
Yes.
How does that work?
Well, you just go to Amazon Books, and it kind of just runs you through it. It's kind of a complex system that you have to do certain things. I mean, I didn't really do it, so I can't really tell you the exact steps because I'm not very good on the computer. I know how to turn them off and I know how to turn them on.
But let me ask you this in terms of what was happening with Amazon. Once you submitted it to Amazon, Amazon becomes the platform that sells the book.
Yes.
And so if someone's interested in the book, they just look it up and they click and they buy the book.
Correct.
Now, at some point, though, as they're buying the book, you receive a record as to how many people have purchased the book, right?
Yes.
And how much money you and Tim and Lolita would potentially be making for the sale of each book.
Correct.
Now, in this case, for instance, with the sale of each book, I would imagine Amazon would have taken a pretty big chunk of the proceeds from the sale of each book.
Yes. You don't make much money.
Yeah. And so even though you're selling, and with regards to Once Upon a Time in Compton, can you tell us how many of these books that you sold?
No.
Okay. I'm assuming at some point you did receive a check.
Yeah.
Okay. But not something that you could retire on.
Oh, definitely not.
Okay. And in terms of your books, do you remember how much they cost, how much you were selling them for?
I thought it was $15.99, but I'm not positive on that.
Okay. Right. Now, one of the things that's in your book as well is you had, there was a part of the book where you had identified a MGM Grand ticket to the Tyson Seldon fight. Do you recall that particular image in your book?
I think it was, yeah, we covered that out of Suge Knight's house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with regard to that, if I show you, let me just do this quick here. Your Honor, if I could approach and ask the clerk to mark this as proposed exhibit next in order.
Okay. What is the next order, Jess? B.
DD.
She'll put it on there. Is it B? B?
DD.
Okay, got it. It'll be a minute.
Thank
Oh, was there any objection? I apologize.
So you say it first. No objection.
So admitted.
Yeah, for sure.
You may.
Do you recall this particular image in your book? So showing you what's been marked as BB.
Yeah, it looks like it, yes.
Okay, and that was a ticket stub, it looks like, to the Seldon Tyson fight
Yes.
On September 7th, 1996.
Yes.
And that ticket stub was located in Suge Knight's house.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion for the jury here so they can see. Do you recall when Suge Knight's house was searched?
The day that I think it was October 2nd, well, the day we served all 38 search warrants.
I see. And so his house was one of the houses that you were searching to basically try to quell any potential violence in Compton as well as gather information.
Yes.
Now, with regard to this particular ticket, though, because it was captured, there was an understanding between all the police officers conducting all the searches at the same time that you were looking for information leading to the murder of Tupac that had occurred in September.
Yes.
So with regard to this ticket, for instance, because it was the Seldon Tyson fight on the night of Tupac's murder, this ticket was obtained by you or kept in evidence as part of your investigation.
It wasn't part of our investigation, though. It was for Las Vegas PD.
Right. So let's get a little bit into that. So, and I want to make sure that the jury understands. So in terms of the actual murder investigation itself, that was the jurisdiction of Las Vegas Metro.
Yes.
And so, which I guess is difficult here, right? Because potentially everyone that's a potential suspect in the Las Vegas murder potentially would have been residing in Compton, right?
Not necessarily, but most of them did.
Yeah. And so on this particular day, when you're out executing the search warrant with all the different locations, you had invited the detectives that were assigned to the Metro homicide investigation here to come out to Compton to be present so that they can interview people if they wanted to.
Correct.
All right. And so this particular piece of information would have been something that they would have been interested in, I would assume.
Yes.
All right. Now, we talked a little bit about what was also found, and you had indicated that there were some receipts, some hotel receipts that were located. Where did I put that? Oh. I think the state had already presented this to the jury. What was the last exhibit you guys put up for that?
It's 161 and 162. It's just, that's the entire return for all locations.
Yeah.
The two are up there.
Sir, what you were showing earlier in terms of the affidavits in this case, thank you. Fair to say that the size of the affidavits that were shown to you, and once again, this is for the state, or for the jury's edification, State's Exhibit 161. This particular affidavit was actually a lot bigger, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, meaning, for instance, that you were targeting some 38 houses, which means that each house had its own paperwork attached to it, which would have made this document a lot bigger than what this document is right now.
Oh, for sure.
And then with regards to the document, we're targeting or focusing on the first item here. Looks like was a, let's see here. In State's Exhibit number 162, there was a reference here to a hotel receipt, right?
Yes.
Now, the property report here that we're looking at on 162, which I will show without the, this is the property report that we referred to earlier, right?
Yes.
And the hotel receipt that's on there is one of the items that was taken from this particular property, right?
Yes.
Do you have that receipt?
No.
So unlike for instance, the Suge Knight ticket indicating that there was a fight and so forth in Las Vegas, September 7th, 1996, this indicates that there was something taken, and that would have been that hotel's receipt, but you don't have it here.
Correct.
Do you have it? Do you know where its location is at all?
No.
Now, in addition to that, you also, in one of the other homes, had indicated that there was a letter from the Excalibur Casino, and so forth. I'm going to show you this document here. This is State's Exhibit 163. And just for the jury's edification here. So it looks like here on number 1, this would have been the receipt of property taken, correct?
Correct.
And underneath it here, number 1 would show a letter from Excalibur Casino addressed to Orlando Anderson, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you know the date of this particular document?
It would have to be the same day of the search warrant.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the letter itself.
Oh, no.
Okay. And do you have a copy of that letter?
I do not know.
All right. Do you know where that letter is?
No.
All right. The next part here looks like there's an envelope addressed to, once again, Orlando Anderson. And with regards to this particular document, do you have any indication of where that document is?
No, it was booked into property. So.
Right. And that's the same thing with number 3 on miscellaneous bills addressed to Orlando Anderson, right?
Yes.
None of these documents are addressed directly to Mr. Duane Davis, correct?
Yes.
And once again, when you are searching and finding something like, for instance, the Suge Knight ticket, that document is carefully taken from the scene and put into evidence in a way that would preserve the chain of custody of something like the ticket.
Correct.
Now, in this case, when you searched either the 2 residences in this case, did you find any indication at all? Any MGM Grand ticket of being on the second row of the fight? Anything at all that would indicate that Mr. Davis was actually in Las Vegas?
No.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, we have talked a little bit about the second search warrant. And the second search warrant is this one here, State's Exhibit 136. Now, when a search warrant is executed in California, at the time it's executed, is it confidential? or sealed?
Sometimes, yes.
In this particular case, with this particular search warrant, was this search warrant sealed?
Yes.
And was it sealed up until the time that the search had been conducted?
Yes.
Okay. When did this particular search warrant become unsealed?
I don't recall.
Okay. Fair to say, though, that if someone's charged in a crime based upon search warrants that are sealed, that search warrant would then be available for the defense to look at.
Yes.
And it would be unsealed at that point.
Yes.
And that would be the same, of course, with the search warrant that occurred at the beginning of October the year before, right?
Correct.
So in this case, with this particular search warrant here, this is dated as of May 27th, 1997. On this particular one here, you had indicated the following. This is on page 4 of this document. The information that I think we're most interested in is line 4 of that document, right?
Yes.
Meaning that, once again, these are items that were taken from this home, and those items were put into your property or evidence log.
Correct.
And number 4 is a money due bill from the Monte Carlo Casino. Right? Can you tell us the date of what this money due bill was for?
No.
All right. And once again, your search in this particular regard was actually May of 1997, right? Quite a few months after the September 7th, 1996 shooting.
Correct.
In addition to that, in terms of that money due, can you tell us, for instance, who that money due bill was addressed to?
No.
Okay. Now, there were some questions by the state on that issue about the fact that this was actually a search warrant investigating into the murder of Diddy Smalls. Remember that line of questioning from the
Yes.
state? But fair to say, of course, that even then, as you're conducting this kind of investigation, you are still thinking about the Tupac case, right?
For sure.
Yeah, you weren't just at that particular point forgetting that the Tupac murder even occurred. You're still thinking during that time period, if you run across something you think is relevant, you would have identified it, right?
Correct.
In addition to that, though, you would have identified it and you would have called Metro and say, hey, by the way, we got something there that will help you with the Tupac murder investigation. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. There's no reason why you wouldn't have done that?
Not that I know of, no.
Now, we talked a little bit about the size of some of the people that were involved here. And I think, was it DeAndre Smith you said was a pretty big guy?
Yes.
All right. And you said he was like, what, 6'2", 6'3", and about 300 pounds, something like that, big guy?
About 6'4", 300 pounds.
Okay. Did he play any sports or anything as far as you know?
I think he did, but I'm not positive.
Okay.
What sport?
Now, are you aware of an individual by the name of Terrence Brown?
Yes.
And was Terrence Brown one of the individuals that was potentially a suspect in the Tupac murder?
Yes.
All right. Now, with regards to Terrence Brown, can you describe for us how, like, his size as well?
Yeah, he's approximately a little shorter than you, and just medium built.
So a good-looking guy. I'm sorry?
I don't know about that, but
So it's a little bit shorter than me and about my size.
right.
Okay. Let's just put it down as I'm 6'2", so that's like I'm just kidding, 5'8" and something else. And then in terms of the at the time with Terrence Brown, you are aware that Terrence Brown actually dies in 2015.
Yes.
Right. And when he dies, do you know how he dies?
Yes.
How did he die?
He was at a marijuana dispensary in Compton, and a robbery occurred, and he got killed during the robbery.
So based upon the way he was murdered in that case, no indication that that was some type of retaliation for the murder of Tupac in 1996.
No.
In addition to that, in 1996, I apologize. With regards to DeAndre Smith, do you know when he passed?
2004, and he died of medical complications.
Right. And as far as you know, nothing that would have been associated with any type of retribution or revenge for the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Correct.
Now, Orlando is the one who passes away relatively quickly after the shooting.
Yes, approximately a year and a half.
Right. And in terms of how he passes, he was shot and killed?
Yes, you want me to tell you what happened?
Please.
Orlando Anderson was with his best friend, Michael DeRoe, and they were at a burger stand in Compton. And across the street from the burger stand, there was a car wash. Orlando Anderson recognized the people at the car wash. There was 3 people sitting in the car, and he recognized one of them that owed him money for some narcotics that he didn't pay him for. So Orlando Anderson took it upon himself, and he initiated the confrontation. He drove up to the car and he exited with a gun. However, one of the persons in the other car, they had a gun too, so they had a shootout at the car wash. And then when the smoke cleared, Orlando Anderson was killed during the shootout, as well as 2 other people in the other car were killed.
And in terms of the 2 other people in the other vehicle, were they both Crips?
Yes.
So it wasn't a blood on Crip sort of shootout?
No.
It was just over money and drugs?
Yes.
Now, we've had some discussion here about Darnell Brin. And you're familiar with Darnell Brin.
Yes.
And the way I'm understanding this is that within the South Side Crips, you had 2 different factions.
Correct.
You had the Glencoe faction with Darnell Brin.
Yes.
And then you had the Burr Street faction.
Correct.
Now, in terms of the 2 different factions that we have here, the Burr Street faction was a faction that was dealing with the drugs, mostly.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
In terms of the Burr Street faction, that they deal in drugs.
That was one of the things that they were involved in, yes.
Yeah. And in terms of the other faction, we talked a little bit about Darnell Brin. He was a shot caller.
Correct.
And he was a violent person.
He had the potential of being a violent person, yes.
Well, you recall in your book describing him as a very violent person?
I don't recall that, but if it's in there, it's what I said.
Okay. And once again, it would have been something that if it wasn't true in your book, you would have corrected it.
Yeah, I'm not saying he wasn't a violent person.
Yeah.
He definitely had the potential to be a violent person.
And isn't it fair to say, though, like even in your book, that you describe him as being someone that was implicated in some attempt murders, that kind of thing as well?
Absolutely.
Darnell Brin.
Yes.
Now, Darnell Brin is shot in the back how many days after the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
2.
And in with regards to the shooting in the back, do you know who shot him in the back?
No.
Okay.
We were told it was Piru, though.
Right. And would that fall more into the idea of what you're saying about retaliation in this case?
Yes.
Now, there are other people that potentially were considered, I think including the initial investigation here, as being part of the Tupac murder. Do you recall a person by the name of Noel Spank Johnson?
Yes.
All right. And he is also a South Side Crip member, part of the Glencoe crew.
Correct.
All right. Do you recall a person by the name of Jerry Monk Bond?
Yes.
All right. Once again, part of the Glencoe crew.
Correct.
And then also Orlando Anderson.
Correct.
Okay. So those individuals at some point were considered to be potentially involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, when you had conducted the searches on Mr. Davis's home and the locations that we're at, did you ever find money?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No vast sums of money for somebody making 20% of $4 million a month?
No.
How about expensive clothes, like stuff that was worth, suits worth $6,000, anything like that?
I don't recall the clothing that was inside.
Yeah, but in terms of, just information about the individual's living conditions, for instance, did you find any expensive cars that he owned or anything like that? Besides the lowriders and stuff that people put a lot of work into?
Well, them are expensive cars to me, so
Yeah.
yes, we did.
And when you say lowriders, are we talking about lowriders here or BMWs?
Monte Carlos, hydraulics, all that kind of stuff.
Sure. And in terms of the Monte Carlos and the hydraulics, Mr. Davis was actually part of what they call a lowrider club in Compton.
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay, you're not aware of. Let me ask this next question. But in terms of the vehicles we're talking about, they were not for Mercedes-Benz, BMW, nothing like that. They were just modified cars.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, does your going back to your book, do you have anything in here like a disclaimer that says that, hey, we can't verify the truthfulness of the book at all?
I'm not sure.
All right. If you were just to review the book real quick, just to tell me if there's anything like that, would that help your
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't even know where to look.
It should be in the front because it'd be a big warning. You want to check it out?
No, there's nothing in there to that effect then.
And would it be? Have you ever read a guy by the name of Greg Kading's book, Murder Rap?
Some of it, yes.
Can you tell us who Greg Kading was?
He was an LAPD sergeant.
Okay. Did you have any interactions with him?
No.
Did he share in any investigation that you were involved in?
No.
Did your partner have any work with him?
Yes.
And the work that we're talking about is in the task force that was assigned to investigate the murder of Biggie Smalls.
Correct.
And he was part of, Tim Brady was part of that along with Mr. Kading.
Correct.
All right. Now, we had shared a little bit about the swallowing up of Compton PD by the LA Sheriff's Department.
You call it swallowing up. I call it absorbed or whatever.
Right. Why was that?
Well, it would take, I could tell you in a couple of minutes, but it's really a 6-month long thing that happened, but I can explain it to you if you want.
Well, I mean, obviously there's a lot of moving parts, right?
Yes.
The absorption or dismantling of a police department is a very unusual thing, right?
Yes.
And so in order for that to happen, if I can just cut right to the chase with you, was there corruption going on within the department that caused the absorption of the department back to the sheriff's department?
No.
Okay, then what was it that caused it?
It was the mayor, Omar Bradley, at the time, was being investigated by the FBI. He found out that he was being investigated by the FBI, and he blamed our chief, right? So what he did is he put our chief and a captain off on administrative leave, and he made some allegations of missing narcotics, okay? Now, these guys were 2 30-year veterans with prestigious careers. Our department elected to do a vote of no confidence against the mayor. And this really pissed the mayor off. And he went to the city council and they voted to bring in the sheriffs. And they never asked the citizens if that's what they wanted. He just did that upon himself. Now, there was a long investigation regarding the stolen narcotics, and our 2 captain and chief were exonerated. There's a 60-page report on it. And it was resulted in one Hispanic narcotic officer was taking the narcotics and he was dealt with. So the bottom line is we lost our police department, 112-year-old police department. Omar Bradley ends up getting arrested and convicted. So everybody lost here.
Yeah. And as a result of that, I think you told us earlier, you didn't stay in the city of Compton anymore. You got reassigned to another city.
No, I stayed in the city of Compton for a year, and then I elected to go to another agency.
I see. All right. And then while you were there, the other thing that you did, and you shared with us a bit about the fact that you were very well versed in the gang culture in Compton, right?
Right.
And in terms of the well versed, meaning that you can identify and see patterns of behavior that would indicate to you maybe gang activity, for instance, right?
Yeah.
And that would also include how a person dresses. We talked a little about I apologize. Like for instance, even like the way a person dresses in the live, right? That would help you determine maybe potentially that person's associated with a type of gang.
Yes.
Like in this case,
No.
all right. But with regards to the way it's set up, though, is that did you at any point ever determine that Tupac Shakur was a member of a gang?
No.
Why not?
Because he wasn't.
And when you say that, I mean, obviously he's associated with the mob or with the death row label.
Correct.
And he was also at that particular point hanging around with Suge Knight.
Correct.
And Suge Knight was an identified Mob Piru or an associate of the Mob Piru.
Correct.
As well as other people who were Mob Piru, like Mob James, for instance, that was in that association.
Yes. His entourage were all Mob Piru gang members.
Okay. But you're telling us right now that Tupac was not a gang member?
No.
Just because he was hanging around these people did not make him a gang member.
Correct.
Now, fair to say, of course, that even in the Death Row record label, there were actually Crips that were assigned, that were part of that label as well, right?
Yes.
That would have been Snoop Dogg.
Correct.
That would have been Dr. Dre.
I'm not sure about Dr. Dre.
How about, who's the other one that I'm thinking of? Is it Easy?
He wasn't associated with that record label. I don't think he was.
You tell me, because I'm just, I'm trying to figure it out. But fair to say, though, that within business, it wasn't about a color as much as it was about money, right? You're making money, and so you're not isolating one segment of the population from the other in terms of your product.
Right.
Okay. Now, with regards to Mob James at that particular point, you had told us that you believed he was an OG at the time. Did Mob James have any indication for violence?
I never investigated him for any violence because he was in jail when I was, most of the time that I was in patrol and in the gang unit. And I don't know exactly when he got out, but when he got out, he was already older. He didn't really hang out with the younger gangsters.
I see. And with regard to this retaliation thing we talked about, you said there was some concern that once the shots were fired and Tupac was hit, that there was concern that there was going to be some type of gang war back in Compton, right?
Yes.
Now, you shared with us a little bit how this worked. You were asleep in bed, and you get a call early morning from Reggie Wright Sr.
I don't recall if I was asleep in bed, but I was at home.
Okay. And can you tell us what time that you received the call from Reggie Wright Sr.?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
Okay. But would have been still that evening or that night?
Yes.
Not the next morning or anything like that. And the reason why he would have called you is because he was your direct boss.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, you had also mentioned that there were this retaliation. The shootings that occur after, you have, is it Mr. Brim's was the first shot fired between the Mob Piru and the South Side Crips? Was he the first one shot?
Darnell?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then after Darnell, who was the next person shot?
I believe it was the next day at 713 North Bradfield. I believe 2 people were shot, and that's in Piru territory.
You know if they were Piru?
They were.
They were. And do you know who shot them?
No.
Right. Now, with regards to the Darnell Brim, do you know who shot him?
No.
Now, in terms of the 2 Piru that were shot the morning after Mr. Brim, do you know how the order was given out for these people to be shot?
No.
So no phone records, for instance, from Mr. Davis indicating that he wanted these people shot or anything like that?
Correct.
Now, after the 2 Piru were shot, what happened next?
I believe later on, another person was shot at Pine and Bradfield in Mob Piru territory.
And was that person a Crip or a Blood?
The person that was shot was Piru affiliated, yes.
Okay, so 2 Pirus are shot that day, and then later on that day, another Piru affiliate was shot.
Yes.
All right, and do you know if that was an order that was given out by anybody to shoot that Piru?
No.
Okay, and then the next Piru after, or the next person shot after that was who?
I don't recall the name. I believe it was the 80 something South Ward Street. And
Was
that's
that-
in Crip territory?
And so that person was a Crip?
Yes.
All right, and that shot occurred when did that shooting occur?
I don't recall.
All right, and as far as you know, this is happening over the course of maybe there was 10 days. I think that was how it was framed. It was like it's a 10-day war in Compton.
Yes.
But fair to say it may have been a little bit longer, like maybe 13 days, right?
No.
Okay, let's say this. So if we go with 10 days in this, any proof at all that we can show this jury that Mr. Davis ordered any of the shootings to occur in this case?
No.
Now, in addition to that, the idea here behind the shootings, we go back to the Lakewood Mall incident, right?
Sure.
Is the Lakewood Mall incident, in your mind, the sort of the definitive act in which the war is now declared between the, Mob Piru and the South Side Crips?
That was the first incident that sparked this whole back and forth thing. Yes.
Now, let me ask you this. Did it really happen?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your book, you identify it as happening at the Lakewood Mall,
Yes.
and it happened in a Foot Locker.
Yes.
Now, do you have any indication at all of a police report or a call for 911 to the area on a fight that occurs at the Lakewood Mall that day? No.
No.
Do you have indication at all from the security people at the mall where they would have written up a report that said, hey, we had an altercation here at the Lakewood Mall?
I don't think a report was generated by the security officers, no.
Okay. Now, fair to say, of course, there's been some description of that brawl being the kind of brawl that actually required Foot Locker to redo their entire inside because it just destroyed the inside. You recall anything like that?
I never heard anything like that. I just know there was a fight at the Foot Locker.
Right. You heard there was a fight, but you never made any effort, for instance, and it's not your job because it's Lakewood, right?
Correct.
But in essence, no verification that even Foot Locker was contacted to say, hey, did a fight break out over here on this particular day? Nothing like that.
Don't recall.
So in essence, what we have right now is what you had heard from people on the street as to what happened at this Lakewood Mall incident, right?
Yes.
Now, some people, I would assume, thought that the shooting of Tupac was in retaliation, or maybe the fight of Tupac and Orlando was in retaliation for what happened at Lakewood Mall. But as you're sitting there right now, you don't have any actual proof of the Lakewood Mall incident actually occurred.
No.
Okay.
Just,
Yeah. Now, in addition to that, we had heard from you a little bit about, I'm sorry, I just have to make sure I got all my notes here. We talked a little bit about your identifying of a shot caller, right? Now, a shot caller is somebody who basically tells people what to do.
Yes.
And you had said that the shot caller is somebody that if an order is given to one of the other lower people on the totem pole, they have to follow that order.
Correct.
All right. And in this particular regard, you don't know, for instance, what happened in Las Vegas, who did anything in terms of a shot call or anything like that, right?
I don't understand the question.
Meaning you don't have any proof for us today that says that, first of all, even if Keffe D was in Las Vegas, right? You don't have any proof of that. Proof for us today that says that, first of all, even if Keffe D was in Las Vegas, right? You don't have any proof of that.
His own admission. I mean,
besides the admission, you don't have any actual like physical evidence that supports that, right?
Correct.
And then in terms of his admission, did you ever verify what he was telling people to see what he was saying was true?
as far as what?
Being in Las Vegas.
Did I?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So in terms of the information that was given, you're just saying that because Mr. Davis was a drug dealer and maybe had provided money for the South Side Crips or something like that, that because of that, he is a leader in the South Side Crips.
Well, there's more to it than that.
Sure. But I just want to make sure I'm clear about something here. In terms of your investigation in this case, did Keffe D ever order a hit on anybody before or after the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
Not that I know.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Redirect by Mr. Blah.
Yes, let's start where Mr. Sam left. So, Mr. Samt asked you if you had any proof that Mr. Davis was in Las Vegas at the time of the Tupac Shakur murder. And your response was, his admission. Is that what you say?
Right.
Now, you have investigated hundreds of homicides, is that right?
Correct.
Have you ever relied on a defendant's or suspect's admission to form a case?
Yes, sir.
In fact, in gang cases in particular, where witnesses are scared to come out, is a defendant's admission of committing a murder powerful evidence used to prosecute?
Yeah, that's how basically that's how most of our gang crimes get solved, is by self-admission or incrimination.
Okay, and then Mr. Samt asked you about you don't know that whether or not Mr. Davis ordered the hit. And to be fair, you weren't in the Cadillac, were you?
No.
Okay. But let's go through Mr. Samt's logic. You had said that Mr. Davis was a shot caller within the South Side Crips. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then let me pose this to you. If using Mr. Davis's admissions, if Mr. Brown, Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson, and Mr. Davis are in a car, who is the leader in that car?
Mr. Davis.
Who is the shot caller in that car?
Mr. Davis.
And so if a shot is coming, if those four people are in a car and shots are coming out of that, who has to give the authorization?
Mr. Davis.
Okay. So if Mr. Davis is in the Cadillac, he's the one calling that shot.
Absolutely. If he tells them not to do it, say, let's handle this back in Compton, they wouldn't have had a shooting. If he sanctioned it, then there'd be a shooting.
And Mr. Orlando Anderson, he was what you had called a gangster, right?
Absolutely.
So he would be the person that would have to listen to Mr. Davis.
Yes.
And so was it in your experience, knowing the roles of everybody in that vehicle, could Mr. Anderson shoot that gun with Mr. Davis in the car without Mr. Davis's permission?
No.
Now let's talk about the
your book. When was your book published?
2017.
Okay, so that would be well after Mr. Davis's proffer statement, correct?
Correct.
Be well after his 2009 statement to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Correct.
And it might be contemporaneous, we don't know, to the time of his statement to the death row officers.
Correct.
Regarding the, I want to talk a little bit about the LA Sheriff's Office absorbing the Compton Police Department. Is it fair to say that a function of that transfer was that some of the evidence that was retained from those search warrants just were, for lack of a better term, lost?
Yes, I mean, I didn't know it at the time. I mean, we just switched police departments and they absorbed us and they kind of were responsible for all the evidence too. So I don't know what happened to it after we got absorbed by the sheriff's department.
Mr. Sanf mentioned Reggie Wright Sr. to you. Did Reggie Wright Sr. ever ask you to work on behalf of the Mob Pirus?
No.
Did you ever work on behalf of the Mob Pirus?
Never.
Okay. Talking about the Burris Street faction, Mr. Sanf mentioned that Mr. Sanf asked you some questions about Southsiders. Darnell Brim was actually in conflict with this Burris Street crew. Is that fair?
Yes.
But Michael Giroux was a member of the South Side Compton Crips, the Burris Street crew. Is that fair?
Yes.
He went by a Little Owl. Is that right?
That is correct.
Were you aware that the court actually has taken judicial notice of the fact that Little Owl was actually in custody during the September 7th, 1996 murder of Tupac Shakur?
That is correct.
Kind of hard for him to be the person responsible for the murder of Tupac Shakur. Okay. Now, Orlando Anderson, he was also a member of the Burris Street crew. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And we talked about before, Corey Edwards was a member of the South Side Compton Crips Burris Street crew. Is that
yes.
Concealed custodies.
Read cross, Mr. Sam.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get a clean copy for you. A little bit. I don't have that.
No. Just a couple things, sir. In terms of the publication of your book, can you tell us? You said that was accurate, right?
Yes. Tried to be.
I'm sorry.
I tried to be.
No, and it's fine. I'm not. We're not really going to knock it. I just want to know that at some point in here you do identify Mr. Davis as Keffe D, correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall the spelling of his name in the book?
No.
Do you recall how you spelt his name?
No.
Would review of your book help you in terms of how you spelt his name in the book?
Sure.
Okay. Let me check it here. You want to approach?
You may.
Okay.
Okay. And just for the record, how did you spell his name in the book?
K-E-E-F-E.
Right. And do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of your spelling of his name?
I could be misspelled. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, but in terms of, for instance, I would imagine during the time period that that's not a usual name, Keffe?
No.
And you would have learned that that name Keffe was more of a nickname.
Correct.
It wasn't his birth name, for instance.
Correct.
And in terms of that name itself, you would have had, like, say, for instance, field interview cards. If you ever ran across individuals, you would put their names down and maybe their monikers or their street names or their nicknames, for instance.
Correct.
Did you ever fill out a field interview card for Mr. Davis?
I don't think I ever did, no.
Yeah. And once again, these field interview cards that you would have used are cards that would help law enforcement identify people that potentially are gang affiliated.
Yes, it does help, yes.
Yeah. And what usually would happen, I would assume, is that when you happen upon someone that you're speaking to and you identify him to be maybe a member of a gang, you would write out information about him, including his nickname and so forth, on a card that would help other law enforcement know whether or not they're affiliated with a gang or not.
Correct.
So in this particular regard, though, you being the detective for the gang unit in Compton, which according to your book was actually very small. At some point, it starts out with you and Tim as being the main gang detectives on in Compton.
Yes.
And so you had a lot of people to go through, but even then, you don't recall ever filling out a field interview card identifying him as a gang member.
No, but he self-admitted it to me. I mean, we go out there. It's all. That's all. I see the same people every day because Compton's such a small city. So every time I saw someone, if I stopped and filled out a field card, that's all I'd be doing. So I talked to these guys, and they self-admitted to me. They tell me their nicknames.
Yeah.
So
And
that's what happened with Mr. Davis and I.
And fair to say, once again, this is a form of keeping records, right? Is that if you ever have a police officer who's not with your same knowledge and experience on the streets, they could look at those field interview cards to help them determine who Mr. Davis is, right?
That's correct.
No further questions, John.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir.
We redirect, actually.
With regards to Mr. Davis, did he ever hide the fact that he was a member of the South Side Crips?
No.
Was he actually quite open and proud of the fact that he was a member of the South Side Crips?
Questions to that speculation and
Okay, I'll actually rephrase.
Okay,
Did
so
Mr. Davis evince behavior that made you believe that Mr. Davis was proud of being a member of the South Side Crips?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did he ever hide being a member of the South Side Crips?
No, whenever I would see Mr. Davis, he'd always be in the company of other South Side Crips too.
And did he ever self-identify as a member of the South Side Crips?
Yes.
Is that it for you, Mr. Paul?
Yes.
Anything else, Mr. Stamp?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Okay, we have a few. All right, a couple questions. We've got a lot of questions. Okay. Why is Tupac not seen as a Mob Piru while in company of other members, but Mr. Davis is?
Well, there's nothing that documented Tupac as a Piru. Now, he associated with them, but he didn't live their lifestyle. He was a rapper. He did show some allegiance to the Mob Piru. However, he wasn't active. He wasn't out in the streets gang banging or whatever. He was this rap mogul, and I think he liked that lifestyle.
Okay. From what you have observed regarding Reggie Wright Jr., would he have been considered affiliated or in connection with Mob Piru or any other gangs?
No. Reggie was the head of security for Death Row Records, he was actively employed, and the difference is the entourage. Yeah, they were paid by Suge Knight, but they played a different role. Reggie could carry a firearm like the rest of the people that he employed, but the entourage, not saying they didn't carry firearms, but they couldn't do it legally. So there's a big difference there.
Is it fair to assume there wouldn't need to be orders from Mr. Davis for members of the Crips to carry out retaliatory shootings, considering there was an active war between Mob Piru and the South Side following the shooting of Tupac? In other words, is the order implied even if the shot caller does not explicitly say shoot?
Yes, if the shot caller is not there, then gang members are going to do what they do. If they're going to go out hunting, they're going to go out and shoot, even though it might not be sanctioned by a shot caller. But if he's present, they're most likely they're going to do what Mr. Davis tells them to do. But if he's not present, then they're going to do what they do.
Did Orlando get permission to have that shootout at the car wash, seeing that he was a gangster and not an OG?
No, it's like I said, Mr. Davis wasn't there. These guys are gangsters, and when they confront somebody, I mean, it's on. It's going to be on. He doesn't need to be sanctioned by Mr. Davis. Now, if he does something wrong and when he gets back, he brings heat on the neighborhood or whatever for doing something stupid, then he'll be disciplined for it. And when they're out in the street gangbanging, it's a whole different story because Mr. Davis is not present.
Did the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department ask Compton PD to help them with the murder investigations at the time that Compton searched homes on both sides, or was that something you took your own initiative?
We took the initiative to ask them to come down, and once they're down here, they never asked us for help.
Okay. Any follow-up based on that, Mr. Palal?
Yes, Your Honor. With regards to the distinction of whether Mr. Shakur or Mr. Wright were gang members, is it fair to say that you don't become a gang member by hanging around other gang members?
That's correct.
And you had mentioned earlier that you had to put in some work in order to become a gang member.
Yeah, you have to live that life in order to be considered Mob Piru.
And with regards to putting in work, what are some activities that one does? Not specific to Mob or the South Side, but just in the gang culture. What type of work do you have to put in order to be considered actually a gang member as opposed to a guy who hangs around gang members?
You're gonna be out there being active, doing drive-by shootings, getting in fight with other gang members, carjacking, anything that's gonna get you some respect within the gang. They're gonna be out there doing it.
So you mentioned acts of violence, primarily shooting. Is that
Yes.
fair? In fact, that's how you mentioned how Orlando Anderson got put on is being part of a group that shot at shooters.
That's correct.
And then you would also, with being part of the narcotics trade, and I guess that's too of a lawyerly word to say, selling drugs, is that one of the ways that you get considered putting in work to become a member of a gang?
Yes.
And as long as that money is going towards the gang.
Yes, because money made from the sale of narcotics is the lifeline of every gang in Compton. So the money that they get from selling narcotics, of course they buy more drugs, they buy more weapons, but most of these guys don't work. So the money made from the sales of narcotics, they buy cars, they pay their rent, everything that they do is generated from the sales of narcotics, the money made from that.
And so while Mr. Shakur or Mr. Wright Jr. may have been around the Mob Piru, is there anything to suggest that they were putting in work to become members of the Mob Piru?
Definitely not.
And let's contrast that with Mr. Davis. Was it, in your observation, training, and experience with Mr. Davis, engaged in the narcotic sale for the purpose of benefiting the South Side Crips?
Absolutely.
So that's the witness.
Okay. Any questions based on the juror questions, Mr. Sept?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much for being here. You are excused. Last witness for the day.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is our last witness for today. We are going to recess for the evening. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back here at 1 p.m. For further presentation of evidence. Please rise to the jury. For the record, the jury has exited the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Nothing to say.
Well, one thing. Mr. Sept asked if we could admit the entire 180-page return from the search warrant. We had no objection to that, and so we will bring a clean copy from Mr. Sept to put in tomorrow. Also, we still need to correct the 2017, the 717 transcript and audio. I'll have that brought forward tomorrow.
What exhibit will the return be?
I have no idea.
Will it be a defense or state?
It's the defense.
Defense next in line, so that would be WW. Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.